Okay. Good evening, everyone. It is Tuesday, the 13th at 4:03 p.m. and we are calling to order Board of Trustees meeting. And we will be going to closed session, and we have a closed session agenda with 3 items: public employee performance evaluation, public employee employment, and conference with labor negotiators, AFT SEIU. We may or may not attend to all of these items in our first block of closed session, which will tentatively run from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. But if need be, we'll be returning to closed session at the end of our general meeting. So with that said, I would like to add that we did not receive any public comments for closed session. We do have a number of public comments for open session, and we'll of course get to those when we return or when we reconvene in open session. So if I didn't miss anything, I would invite the trustees to find the special meeting, I'm sorry, the closed session meeting link, and I'll see you all in closed session. Thank you.
Trustee Perez,
Yes.
I think you need to leave this meeting and then go to the closed meeting link.
Okay. I thought I did. Okay.
You're still there.
I'm trying to get out of here.
I know. I wonder if I can,
Let me get back into open. No, well,
is there a red leave button at the bottom?
no, that's what I was looking for. Let me just see if this will work. Am I there?
You're still here. Why don't you go into your calendar or your emails, and then you can click on the link for the closed
Okay,
session.
red.
Dan, can you offer any advice to Trustee Perez?
Didn't I close out?
No,
Sure,
you're still here.
You're still in. Do you see the window? Do you see your video, Trustee Perez?
Well, I hit the leave button.
Is there an X button at the top of the window that you can click?
I'm going on back into it again. This is weird. Yeah, there's a red X up there. The window says join with video, but there's a red X. Should I hit that red X?
Yeah, see if that'll take you out of this meeting, and then you'll have to get into the other meeting.
No, you're still there.
Dan, is there a way for me to take Trustee Perez out of the meeting?
Let me share my whole screen.
Okay.
Am I in closed session now?
No.
I was thinking
Somehow I couldn't get out of open session.
we're still in open session.
Okay.
Turn on my.
You know what? I'm just going to close this laptop down and go on to the other one.
Yeah, that will probably be the best.
Bear with me.
Yeah, too. IMT.
Yep.
Oh, it's a CCS.
Yeah.
I don't think I can make it.
No, not today.
Okay. Okay, good evening. So I think we're waiting for, oh, let me just make my screen big here. So I'm going to officially call the meeting to order. We're just waiting for Trustee Perez. There he is. All right, great. So we are back in regular session. We returned from closed session, taking no action. We will be returning to closed session at the end of the meeting for our, let's see here. We have two remaining items: public employee employment, President Moore Park College, and then conference with labor negotiators, AFT SEIU. But we are at the point in the meeting, we are at 3.0 run report. Oh, I just did that. We are at 3.02, which is Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, thank you. All the items have been reviewed through District Consultation Council and are presented to the board for review and action without constituent objection.
Excellent, thank you. Which takes us to our next item, which is changes to the agenda, which is 3.03, and there is one change. The item that was, oh gosh, here we go.
It's 8.05 is being moved to 7.07.
7.07, which, and that item, Chancellor Gillespie, we just read the title of it.
Yes, it's the fall reopening item.
Fall reopening. Okay, cool. We're just moving that up on the agenda. Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, which takes us to 4.01, which is acknowledgement of new employees. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, I'm pleased to announce the following new employees and welcome them to the district. We have appointment of a new time faculty member at Moore Park College in counseling in DSPS, and that's Sectino Keegan. And then we have appointment of 3 classified employees at Moore Park College: Carmen Rodriguez, Student Success and Support Specialist 1, Marie Ramirez, Student Health Center Assistant 2, and Yesenia Ruvalcaba, EOPS Care Technician. And then we have appointment of 1 management position at the District Administrative Center, and that's Gloria Banuelos, Director of Employee Relations and Human Resources. So welcome to all those employees.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. That's going to take us next to recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. And it looks like there are no retirees to recognize at this time. Our next item is acknowledgement of guests and special recognition. I don't have any listed here, and it looks like we're, okay, I'm seeing a head nod. All right, cool. Next is public comments, and we have received 1 in the written form, and I believe we have 5 or 6 that would like to speak live. So at this point in time, the one that we've received written, it does pertain to a specific item on the agenda, and I don't see Maria Urienda here to ask if she'd prefer it to be read now. I think actually we'll just read it now, if it's okay, Ms. Brower, and then we'll hear from our live public comments and just kind of hear it all at the same time, if that's okay, just so it doesn't get lost. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. This comments from Maria Urenda, the Chief Steward for SEIU. Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor Gillespie. Public comment on board agenda item 804, first reading action to approve board policy 2431 CEO selection revised. The agenda item is in regards to revision of BP 2431, which would then remove AP 2431, in which a detailed practice concerning the hire of a chancellor is established. So the revision itself provides for the hiring of the CEO in a, quote, openly and collaboratively, so all applicants from broadly diverse backgrounds are considered in an equitable, inclusive, professional, and collegial manner, unquote. However, by eliminating the AP associated with this policy, there will be no guidance as to how to implement the procedural standards of equity, inclusivity, professionalism, and collegiality. Board policies are, of course, at the discretion of the board. However, it is when removing administrative policies that is problematic. If AP 2431 were to be removed, it would also remove all input from the same constituents in which this chancellor would represent. The current AP states appointments are made by the Board of Trustees to ensure diversity of representation within the selection committee, unquote. This procedure, which has been in practice, was established to ensure that all stakeholders are adequately represented and transparency happens with all groups. Given this, we request that the board provide additional guidance for the revised BP 2431 by establishing an appropriate AP for its administration. And that concludes the written report.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Brower.
Welcome.
And then I just want to clarify, because on the email for public comments, there was also an attachment for changes to the agenda. Item 16.06, approval to grant sick leave days, hours from established voluntary sick leave pool. Is that item still being pulled, Chancellor Gillespie? Just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. So we just make sure we cross that off the list. Okay. And it looks like I want to go back here. I want to do a final call and make sure, but it looks like in the waiting room for public comment, we don't have anyone, but we do have 6 names that forwarded their names to speak. So I'm just going to call these names off, and if they are here and they'd like to speak, by all means, they'll have that opportunity. So we have Mr. Adam Vega, Mr. Chris Hernandez, I'm gonna make this a little bigger, Mr. Jorge Napoles, Carla Alejandra Ramirez, Lorena Ortiz, and Rick Castanero. So if any of those individuals are able to pop in, that'd be great. Otherwise, we will continue on, and we'll look for staff to give us a heads up if that's the case. And I'm okay, no one's there. So, and I think keeping in mind too, I got promising news. We should be back in the boardroom in May. So a lot of these challenges of technology hopefully will be a distant memory. Okay. With that said, and if it is a technological challenge and the members of the community are able to pop in, please let me know. Okay, that's going to take us to not 4.01. I got the wrong list here, which is 6.01, Academic Senate consultation. So hopefully our academic presidents are here. Looks like they are. And President Clark, we'll say that. President Clark, the floor is yours. Looks like I don't see President Clark. All right, maybe I see President Edwards. So let's start with President Edwards.
I'll fill in for Dan. I'll get us started. Good evening, all. Just 2 things on consultation. I'll wait for the report. Section 11, all APs and BPs have been moved forward to the board and they've been fully vetted by all work groups and by all academic senates. Well, most of the documents through Academic Senate. Comments have been sent to you about BP 2431, which I'm sure we'll talk about later this evening. And 11.17 for OC curriculum. We only have 1 new program, Associate in Science in Business Administration 2.0. So this is going to replace our AST in Business Administration for all new students, but any students who are currently under that program will be able to continue. That's all for this evening till the report. Thank you.
Thank you. President Reese.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and others joining us this evening. I always thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on a few items. I too want to comment on 4.01 acknowledgement of new employees. A warm and hearty welcome to Tino Keegan, full-time access, that's what we call DSPS at Moore Park counselor. I've had the pleasure of interacting with him a few times virtually, of course, already, and he's making a difference in the lives of students. And I'm pleased to share that he has attended academic senate as well. That was nice. 8.04, board policy 2431, CEO selection. As has already been commented, this is a dramatic change. The conversation, just for your information, in the District Council on Human Resources, DCHR, acknowledged that the chancellor hire is entirely in your purview. But as you deliberate, please also keep in mind that though the penultimate authority next to the board, the chancellor is the highest ranking administrator for all students, classified professionals, administrators, and faculty in the district as well. 8.06, approved board resolution affirming the district commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This resolution is a powerful statement on the district's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion that includes specific targets and accountability. So many faculty are looking forward to approval of this resolution and very much look forward to working with you and the rest of our colleagues to make the district a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable environment. 11.16. Sorry, approval of Moore Park College curriculum. I can't resist. I'm limiting myself to one class though, not to worry. Ethnic Studies, and it's related to some of the previous item. Ethnic Studies, M10, Introduction to African American Studies. It's in line with the commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion of the district and our college, and hopefully all of us here, and in line with the Cal State Ethnic Studies requirement to help provide more options for Moore Park College students to fulfill this requirement, and the proposed requirement that's coming down the pipeline for community colleges as well. So with that, I thank you, and I will see you later.
Yes, absolutely. All right. And it looks like President Clark is here. All right. Hey, President Clark, it's all yours.
Evening, Chair Chancellor. Yeah, I wanted to just consult on all the items in section 11 and congratulate you on a pretty impressive slate of BPs that the district groups can get busy on interpreting and potentially amending our APs to implement your policy direction. The only other thing I wanted to consult on is item 17.01, the info item on Ventura College's strategic plan. So hopefully got a chance to look at that. That went through largely our participatory governance last fall, and it's finally finished, fully approved, and coming before you. So that's all until our reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that's going to take us to our classified senators. Classified Senate president. There we go. And first we have President Resendez.
Good afternoon. I just would like to make a comment to 4.1, extend a warm welcome to our new classified professionals, Carmen Rodriguez and Yesenia Rubalcaba, and a big congratulations to Marie Ramirez's promotion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be President Medina.
Good evening, trustees. And I would just like to call your attention to board item 8.04 regarding board policy 2431. With the passage of this board policy, if approved, it would remove AP 2431. While it is understood that selection of the chancellor falls under board purview, it is respectfully asked that with removal of AP 2431, the language of the BP be modified to include a discussion with district leadership, including senates and unions. By doing so, constituent voices are still part of the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And next is President Shizaboit.
Thank you. I know not the easiest last name. I'll admit to that. But nothing for tonight, so thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna hit, before we transition to our student trustee advisory report, I just got breaking news that we have a public comment. So we're We're going to briefly circle back to public comment, and I believe Mr. Chris Hernandez is available. So, which will take us back just for good measure. Public comment would be 5.01. So we're transitioning back to 5.01, and Mr. Chris Hernandez, hopefully, oh, there you are. All right, Chris Hernandez, your 3 minutes is beginning now. I don't know if you're muted. Oh, there you are.
Hello,
Okay.
hello. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was I don't know, I guess they kicked me out really quick. And yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. I do appreciate that. I just wanted to go ahead and speak on a couple of things that we spoke about last week or on last meetings. For one, the Ventura County Community College District is a tale of a modern day segregation. There are 2 colleges that offer daily communication and a third that only shares information as needed. There are 2 colleges that offer a full list of classes and 1 that has limited offerings. There are 2 colleges that offer various times to take core classes and 1 that does not. As you consider your diversity, equity, and inclusion resolution tonight, I hope you will discuss how you will bring equity and inclusion to students in Oxnard College, for I am a student of Oxnard College. What additional supports can you offer to the students who have suffered the most during the COVID-19 pandemic? What supports can you offer students who have to work to attend schools? The Oxnard College Foundation expects some of the poorest students in our county to go buy their needed supplies and get reimbursed. This happens at 1 college and 1 college only. This is financial segregation. The 1 group of students who have suffered the most in our county during pandemic is expected to muster some capital to front their education. Meanwhile, students from some of the wealthiest areas in our county are given a scholarship check without a question. Students from 2 colleges are allowed to spend their scholarship without a question. Students from some of the lowest socioeconomic and hardest hit zip codes in the 93030 and 93033 are expected to front and slash or borrow money so they can get receipts reviewed and reimbursed. How can a federally funded college system operate, be associated with, and endorse such a discriminatory practices? Are we going back to separate but equal? Oxnard College needs to grow, and we need more classes. We need more programs and services that address our collective pain caused by years of segregation and disparate treatment that began with the founding of the city of Oxnard that was clearly documented in Dr. David Garcia's writings. Moving forward, we need to ensure common practices and policies at every college in this county. For some administration and board members, you might see disparities as needed, but the needs of each college manufactured by decisions this board makes. The days of no dogs or Mexicans are over. This is time that its district's leadership takes responsibility for providing equity in the educational opportunities it provides to this community. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you take great consideration to my words tonight.
Thank you for those public comments. Appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna be back to 7.01, which is Student Trustee Advisory Report. And that should be Trustee Gonzalez.
Hello. Okay, so I do have a couple of things. Last month on March 26th, the Oxnard College EOPS did a support and connection wellness event for our students to speak about the barriers that we are going through right now through the pandemic, through life, etc. And it was very powerful. We had student panelists that told their stories, diverse panelists, and it was amazing. We got a lot of great feedback from that. Students are requesting that we have that more often throughout the year and through the semester. So that's something that they are working on. We are having a great start to our DEI week, so that's really awesome. We had a couple panelists yesterday, student panelists, so that was good. Last week, thanks to Ms. Serena Wallace, Lorena, which is the Oxnard College president, Enrique is a VP at Ventura College, and myself were able to attend an interview on DEI as a student perspective on the 99.3 radio station with Ms. Frida, and that was really great. I felt like it was very powerful, and we were able to speak our voices on the matter. Also, this week, we will be having the Dean's Honor Night at Oxnard College. And I am very honored that I was asked to speak there, as well as celebrating with my fellow students on receiving such an award. So that's really exciting, especially with everything that's going on. The Dean's Honors being recognized is amazing. I also wanted to mention that it was brought to my attention by certain students that the scholarship amounts at Oxnard College was the lowest numbers received this year. Students were not able to apply due to not being able to front up any kind of funding or receipts to be able to receive their scholarships. So that was very upsetting to read, but that's all that I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to add a clarifying question, Trustee Gonzalez. When you say the scholarships is and the receipts is part of that, the COVID relief dollars that you're like, that were the direct payments? No, this is.
No, so this is, you know, the way the process goes, it's like a refund. You have to present receipts to show that whatever you purchased and when the scholarship reimburses you. And with the pandemic and what students are going through now, they just didn't feel like it was even worth to apply to the applications to have to go through that when they're already struggling as it is.
So, Chair,
just
for clarification, student trustee, if I'm a student at Oxnard College and if I want to go to the foundation and seek a scholarship because I have needs, do I first need to pay out of pocket? So I've received some funding from the college, but it's not sufficient. I still need additional funds. So I go to the foundation. Must I first go and purchase the things out of my own pocket, which I might not have the money, and then show a receipt to the foundation so then I get reimbursed? Is that how it works?
That is correct.
Okay, and this is, okay. And
I could provide further information via email.
Okay, thank you.
Do all three colleges have the same sort of policies or rules and regulations on this?
From what I'm aware of, no, it's only Oxnard College.
Okay. And then are these students able to access the direct payments and federal dollars, or state and federal for COVID relief? Because I know it was stipulated that a certain percentage of the many millions we received went directly towards financial aid to students. Have you been aware of ease of access for those dollars as well?
Yeah, that is a separate scenario, and they are being assisted that way.
Okay, great.
And Chair, just to clarify, we're talking about a process administered by the foundation and not the college. Is that correct?
I think that's what we were getting some clarification on, but
Yeah.
it sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay,
So
thank you.
yeah, thanks for clarifying. Yeah. And I see President Sanchez unmuted and his screen is on. So
well, I'm happy to speak to it if the board would like for me to. This is a source of frustration for me too. I want you to know first of all, and I appreciate the distinction between the college administered federal funds relief and the independent foundations processes for handling scholarship requests. I've had several discussions with the foundation director. You know, I don't have control over the foundation. It's an independent 501c3. And although I try to exercise my influence and make the case for liberalizing their scholarship policy, and they are, I want you to know, pivoting toward a more liberal scholarship policy, more traditionally like our sister colleges at Ventura and Oxnard College. It's been kind of a slow process to get them to pivot all the way. Part of the rationale that's sometimes given to me is that the donors have their own expectations, and this is consistent with donor expectations. I don't necessarily buy that altogether as a strong rationale. but it is part of the rationale, and it is something I continue to push.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that update. Okay, I just got word that I just received a message that we have our one more public comment that was able to with technology join. So this will be the last one we, if it's okay, that we allow to come in so we can continue on with our business. But it sounds like Mr. Castanero is here, and we are here to welcome you, Mr. Castanero. And your 3 minutes, as soon as you unmute, will begin, and we're going back to public comment. So it's all yours.
Thank you, board, chancellor, and staff. This evening, I've joined you to just share a few comments. I know this evening you are looking at moving forward with the diversity, equity, and inclusion resolution. As I reviewed this, I recalled the County of Ventura recently passed a resolution that declared health as a pandemic crisis of racial disparity. The Mexican, Chicano, Latino, and Latinx population in 93030 and 93033 were treated and have suffered disproportionately compared to the rest of Ventura County. The county has set up various task forces to address this disparity. The Ventura County Community College District's board recently approved a funding allocation that left Oxnard College, the college that serves the pandemic impacted 93030 and 93033, approximately $9 million behind Ventura College and $33 million behind Moore Park College. My question is, how will this district ensure equity moving forward? Will the Ventura County Community College District admit Oxnard receives less resources than other two colleges while those two colleges host Oxnard graduates? Will the Community College District admit this is a choice and vision that ensures the largest city in our county that is a majority Latino and continues to host the smallest college in our county? The grounds are unkept, the course offerings are anemic, and the PR is invisible. Last month, we had some Spanish speakers come, and they got a flyer after this board meeting we attended, and they had never seen it before. These are folks who are pursuing their education. And so I want to say Taco Tech and all the ideas around that have to go. We want a college that we can be proud of. We want a college that has a full schedule of classes that can be taught to our students. We demand programs and want to send our future brain trusts to universities, into the trades, but we can no longer continue to suffer a brain trust drain from the city of Oxnard. Drain Oxnard of its most valuable resource, our young tradesmen and scholars, is no longer acceptable. And I hope that the college will move forward. We collected a survey from some community college graduates who attended UCLA, UC Davis, UC Berkeley, and Cal State Channel Islands. All of these folks tried to attend Oxnard College and said they had to go to the other two colleges to pursue their dreams. So please, let's build a better Oxnard College. Let's look at the allocation and let's make Oxnard College a place to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castanero. Okay, and as you know, with all public comments, we're choosing not to respond, not by choice, but for Brown Act restraints. So, okay, that is going to take us to student reports. Do we have any students present at this point in time, either from Moore Park College, or I'll just go through the list. Moore Park College students, I'm hearing no. Oxnard College, probably. Maybe no. Okay, and Ventura College. Well, if any students are able to pop in, the door is always open there. So next will be reports. which we're thrilled to welcome back. So it's been a while since we've done this. So it looks like the structure that we're going to follow is we'll go Moore Park College, Oxnard College, Ventura College. And it looks like we're starting with Academic Senate presidents and then Classified Senate. Well, looks like we're going through the colleges. So we'll just open it up to Moore Park College. So we have Academic Senate, Classified Senate, and Administration, and any other constituent groups that have anything to add to the reports. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sokanu, I believe.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. Moore Park College, you have the report, the written report from the college, and it's comprehensive, gives you a sense of what's been transpiring at the college. We, like the rest of the district, are celebrating Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Week. And today was Multicultural Day at Moore Park College. We celebrated the 30th anniversary of Moore Park College's Multicultural Day. And it was an opportunity for us to not only look back and thank those individuals such as Professor Ranford Hopkins and Professor Cynthia Barnett and a whole range of individuals over the past 30 years that have helped us not only celebrate the diverse cultures that make up our college and our county, but engage us in robust dialogue that moves us much more further towards the path of equity and inclusivity. Today's presentation was graced by the presence and the really wonderful words of the playwright, the author, and the social activist, Luis Rodriguez. We will be posting that presentation to our Multicultural Day page sometime in the next week. If you didn't get a chance to experience that, I have to say to you that he was not only transformative in his presentation, but he really gave us a context for us to appreciate everyone's humanity, and that is what Multicultural Day is about. We continue celebrating this month diversity and equity with a week devoted to our Black and African American students week. And we also continue celebrating the community college as this is Community College Awareness Month. Thank you so much. I appreciate your commitment to our colleges.
Thank you very much. So I believe we're going to transition into academic and classified Senate updates as well, or reports. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity to address the board and for reinstating the college reports. I know people were excited about that. I will add only one crucial element to the written report. A late addition to our last Senate Council meeting agenda was a resolution in solidarity with the Asian American and Pacific Islander community that was passed unanimously and shared widely, including with the trustees and the chancellor. The AAPI community has experienced a sharp increase in violence of late. It was an emotional meeting, and I thank everybody for their willingness to be vulnerable and for helping to create a space where people feel welcome and safe having these difficult conversations in Senate. A special thank you to the many AAPI faculty that came, many of whom shared their personal stories. So with your indulgence, I will read the resolve statements from the resolution. Resolve that Moore Park College Academic Senate condemn and reject all acts of racism, standing in solidarity with those who have been affected and harmed by such heinous acts. Acts such as physical violence, hatred, microaggressions, discrimination, and xenophobia have no place in our land. The Moore Park College Academic Senate is committed to guaranteeing a safe space where all faculty and students, staff, and management can freely participate in dialogue and ensure equity to all. Resolved that we acknowledge and condemn the ongoing misperception of people of Asian descent as aliens and not fully American. Resolved that we act consciously to create a safe and inclusive working and learning environment where diversity and multiculturalism are treasured and respected fundamentally and institutionally. The embedded long history of cultural bias and implicit racism do exist, and part of our mission is to exterminate those origins from our institution, endeavoring to eradicate barriers to equity. Resolved, we affectionately and unequivocally encourage all faculty to warmly reach out to the affected AAPI community and show your heartfelt support for those offended or hurt by the recent acts of racism and discrimination. As community college educators, we have an obligation to combat misrepresentation and halt the unacceptable hate and racially motivated vehemence that plagues our country. Thank you very much to Professor Ray Zhang for bringing this resolution to Senate for consideration. We stand with the AAPI community. As educators, we do have a unique opportunity to make a difference. And this is not easy work, but we can make progress by being intentional and working together. Thank you very much.
Chair?
Trustee Perez?
Yes, I have a question, Eric. Thank you for your report, written and now verbal. Welcome back. A couple of comments, and I don't know if my comments and questions were relate to academic senate presidents. It was my oversight. I didn't include you in an email, but you made reference. You generically made reference to reviewing the foundational documents and your mission statement. And then later on in the report was a mention of the PRT and looking at racial and social justice coordination with professional development. And so my question is your academic senate tapped into the Vision for Success, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force and the various stakeholder groups that are looking at these kind of issues? And I guess my ultimate question is, hopefully all of our foundational and organizational documents at the campus and the district will be in alignment with the Vision for Success, DEI. So yeah, I guess you don't need to necessarily answer if you don't have the answer, but please consider alignment and coordination with that statewide effort. I know the ASCCC is heavily involved.
Absolutely. So I'm aware of those documents, and I do appreciate those comments that I did receive not that long ago, I'm afraid, but we'll definitely use that to help guide our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I believe we are now at classified Senate for Moore Park College.
Good evening. Just a quick update that I would like to provide. I would like to also add to Dr. Sokunu's mention of our annual Multicultural Day. In line with our theme, Climate of Change, this year for the first time, classified professionals were invited to be part of the various presentations provided for this year's event. So I would like to congratulate our presenters that presented sessions on student abroad and mental health. In professional development, last month we held a workshop titled Better Together, which dealt with team building and communication. We had a good attendance to this workshop. Yesterday, we kicked off a bi-weekly live webinars series on using virtual tools, which will be presented by Michael Ashton. These bi-weekly live webinars will be held from 12 to 1, and it's open for everyone to take advantage of. We also held our annual spring fundraiser, which benefits our classified Senate scholarship. And to that, 3 classified professionals were awarded scholarships, and at our meeting tomorrow, we're having our monthly meeting tomorrow. The 3 recipients will be announced during our meeting. And that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Okay, if there are no further questions, I had a quick one. It's probably directed to President Sokunu on the written report on the CARES and the HERF I guess is the correct pronunciation on that. But in other words, the student care and financial aid that's given, the deadline is April 2021, or it says through 2021. But are there any dollars that can be given out like through summer of the COVID relief dollars and even into fall? Like, I guess, when is the deadline of those funds being given to students?
I have really good news in the sense that there's so much demand that we've almost given every single piece of that money out. I think there's about $17,000 left, and there's a wait list of students trying to access those monies. So what we will be doing is going to the monies from the next round of funding and begin to distribute that to students now. Later on the semester when the $17,000 is expired. So yes, we can certainly continue to support student success.
Wow. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. Okay. So now we're transitioning to Oxnard College and President Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. I'll try to be brief because I know you have a written report in front of you. I just want to give you a sense of the issues that are foremost in my mind and that we're working through. But first, I want to give you an appropriate nod to DEI Week and all of the incredible activities and sessions that have been put together by a panoply of colleagues. It's a joy to have an entire week dedicated to this occasion. It's also a pleasure I'm not allowed to have favorite colleagues, but it is a pleasure to recognize that Gabby Rodriguez, whom I regard as the heart and soul of Oxnard College, has been selected to be the new Title V grant director for we have great Proyecto Éxito. We have great expectations for that new Title V grant in the way of opening up career and transfer opportunities for our students. So I'm delighted to have Gabby recognized with this massive new responsibility. We're also busy as we talk about the wise use of the federal resources that are currently on the table. One of the suggestions that we're talking about is to put some more money into scholarships for our Child Development Center. It's not settled yet, but I think that what we want to do is make sure that CDC gets off to a strong start in its first couple of years to sort of set the stage for thereafter. If you read my El Condor this past weekend, it is for purposes of part of it to solicit ideas about the best use of federal resources. We're going to go devote some time at a town hall about it. And Vice President Renbarger also sent out an email to solicit ideas. So we're trying to get lots of good input and so that we can make some wise choices about the best use of those funds. Spending a lot of time, of course, on campus safety issues. And we've got a meeting on Friday as we regularly meet to continue to work our plans and make sure that the conditions on campus are safe, not just now, but for the fall. We're keeping a really close eye on enrollments and student success. That's, of course, where the carnage lies from the past year. And I wanted to congratulate student trustee Gonzalez for being recognized as the speaker at the honors program. I'm going to just, to be a little unusual tonight, I'm going to give you just a little peek inside the scalp about some of the topics that I've been working on just today. It's just to kind of give you a sense of the priorities that manifest for me. And this is by no means the entirety of my day, but it's a few things that are important to me. I met with our director of outreach and one of the temporary staff in our research office to talk about putting together a middle school outreach camp in the summer of probably 2022 to bring kids from the middle schools onto our campus to get their appetite whetted and exposed to our programs. Also talked with Vice President Gobian about having dual enrollment classes, personal growth classes at all of the high schools in our area so that students, while they're in high school, can actually complete their FAFSA, apply for college, choose a major, develop an ed plan. Also circulated an email to try to stimulate some discussion about potential summer recovery classes because all of us are braced for the trauma and devastation that this past year has had high school seniors and whether they're ready to resume their studies in college and how we're going to help prepare them for those days. Talked about that suggestion that I mentioned earlier about allocating some federal funds for the Child Development Center scholarships, and also tried to nudge along a new position we're working on, a director of advancement, to help us garner grants more methodically, as well as gifts, bequests, and sponsorships. All not through general funds, by the way, but through funds that are endowed funds that are sitting in the foundation. So that's simply to give you a sense of the topics that are foremost in my mind. And that, I think, is probably the extent of my report. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question for President Sanchez. I noticed that there's the honors program on the 29th. Is there also a dean's program this Thursday, like from 1 to 3 or something?
The Dean's Honors Program is this Thursday.
Okay.
It's not at 1. It's later in the day. I think it starts
at 5:30 maybe.
Yes.
Okay. All right, because I was getting text from a Safe Passage kid who's on the dean's list, so I'm very proud of. I want to make sure I don't miss it with these conflicting dates. So
if you don't mind mentioning his name to me in a text or otherwise, I'd love to.
You wrote her a letter for me when she graduated from high school, but I'll remind you.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, I just had a quick one. And actually it does tie in, I think, a little bit to maybe some of our public comments. And it's in one of the points on outreach, and President Sanchez, you talked about it specifically, Oxnard College reaching out to the Oxnard Union High School District. I know pre-pandemic, there was a program, the partnership that all high school students in the Oxnard Union High School District would step on, visit one of the community colleges, if not more than one, multiple for visits. As the high schools are now back in a hybrid approach and are, by the end of the month looking like they may be back even at a more robust form, and we're not back, where's the sort of, how are we filling in that gap of somehow meaningful outreach beyond a screen that some of our graduating seniors at our high schools will still have some sort of opportunity to physically see Oxnard College?
So let me acknowledge up front that your question is better than any answer that I can give you, as we've been sort of watching the high schools and where they are in their return to the campus. But so I don't have an itinerary of activities. There are some for sure to reach out to the high school students. If Dr. Kobian was speaking, he would give you the list and the dates for each one of them. But I can tell you that one of our highest priorities is to double down on our outreach and to use some federal resources for that purpose. We're kind of desperate, might be too strong of a term, but we're really anxious to reconnect with all of the high school seniors and juniors, for that matter, who are watching and making up their minds now. That's a bad answer to your question, but that's.
Okay. Well, maybe to dig in a little deeper, are there college employees that will be, interacting in person with high school students?
Yeah, the short answer to that one is yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
Our outreach staff and quite a few folks will be contacting the high schools and trying to actually get onto the campuses to talk to students face to face.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay.
I would just add to that, Oscar just wrote to us that CI, so Channel Islands High School, will actually be on campus in person. So they are coming to us.
Excellent. That's great to hear. Okay, cool. Okay, I believe we're now going to Oxnard College Academic Senate Report and then Oxnard College Classified Senate Report.
Yeah, maybe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it's for President Sanchez. I was wondering if there's ever the possibility to do a walkthrough of the campus, also just a trustee, just to see how things are looking and where it is in terms of classrooms, just to see the physical, like the space where students can come in. I think that would be just so uplifting just to see how things are looking. And I know we meet in Zoom and we talk about it, but it's never like actually being on the campus. Is that ever like an opportunity that can happen?
We'd love to have you visit the campus, Trustee Torres. In fact, Trustee Pettis also asked us the same thing, and we are making plans with him to come visit the campus. We'd love to have you come join us.
Okay, thank you.
If you just email me a time and a date that works well for you, I'll make sure that you get the full range of experience that you're looking for.
That would be great. And then maybe, and then at that point, also seeing how the recruitment and just with the different campuses all around us and surrounding and middle school, it sounds like there's a lot of plans that are happening. It'd be nice to just be able to have more of an idea, to be of support as well from our end as trustees with some of the outreach, some of the, just those conversations. So it would be nice. I know in this, maybe this is not the best platform, but at some point, just maybe having some more of those ideas of how we can also be of support as well.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. And we're actually bringing back small groups of folks to the campus. I think it's really comforting. It's consoling to actually come onto the campus, see the rigorous protocols that we've got, see the safety mechanisms that are in place, and to get folks comfortable with the idea of being back in person.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So just so we're on the same page, we're going to hear from Oxnard College, report from Academic Senate, Classified Senate, and breaking news. Lorena is here to give us a student report as well. So
I didn't figure she'd miss it.
yes. So we'll go Academic Senate, Classified Senate, and then student report from Lorena. Okay, great.
I want to add on to the walkthroughs. We've also have the deans reaching out to faculty and staff to also do similar walkthroughs. So that's a great idea. It gives everyone the visual of what's been happening. So hope I'll be able to join on the walkthrough as well. All trustees have now visited Academic Senate. Thank you. It's been nice to have you there. When we're back in person, we will, of course, send invitations again. We continue to support ASG with some of our financial funds. We made a donation to the ASG to bring activist Angela Davis to the college. I believe it's the first week in May. I don't want to take all the thunder away, so I'll let Lorena talk about that event. Our 7th episode of OC Live is available, Women in Music. We hope you enjoy it. We have 2 more episodes coming this semester. One about self-care. It's a all-women panel talking about moving forward and motivation. And then we're going to do sort of a graduation We Speak episode in May. The phones in the classroom has been an ongoing discussion and concern for faculty. It's being addressed at several of our PG committees. We had all of the CUDs, which stands for Campus Use Development and Safety. Oh, I should get a gold star for that. They joined us to hear from the faculty about phones and phones being connected to the internet. And CUDS is really trying to find a good solution, cost-effective solution where faculty feel comfortable that they can pick up a phone and call for an emergency if they don't have their cell phone. So that's ongoing. We have 2 meetings remaining this semester, but we have a lot of business still to get done. I hope we can get through it. Compressed calendar is coming up. Our CDC reopening, which President Sanchez alluded to. We've got ASCCC spring plenary this week that all 3 Senate presidents will be at and voting at. We have 1 retirement celebration. I'll send out information about that. It is Dr. Linda Chapato, who's been with us a very long time. And lastly, our spotlight faculty for this month is Cecilia Milan. I hope you'll take a few minutes, if you haven't, to read a little bit about Cecilia. She's been at OC since 2004. She's been one of our strongest OER advocates. She says that she's learning the language of Canvas now, which I agree, it is its own language. She has always been a great collaborator. Our offices have always been close. And please take a minute to read her entire bio in item 7.03. That is the Senate report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And that will take us to classified Senate report and then our student report.
Thank you. Good evening again, trustees. I just have a couple items for our report. So I thank you for those of you who have attended the Multicultural Week events going on. We just had one with Matt Maxey, which was phenomenal. We have had a lot of great events going on. This is actually the first year that Oxnard College has collaborated with Ventura College. And I just want to, thank my OC colleagues, Jose Maldonado, Emily Zawal, and Gabby Rodriguez for assisting in all the OC hosted events. And another nod to Gabby, she used to do this all by herself. Previous the Multicultural Week events, it's a huge undertaking. And we now understand the need for a committee to assist with such a crucial event. And we're already looking forward to what we can do next year. Other than that, our professional development committee has worked with the district to host training in the realm of hiring processes and a workshop on identifying individual strengths via Clifton Strengths. So thank you to our district human resources and Patty Blair as well. And in addition, our professional development committee has scheduled to bring in the Equity Avengers and Dr. Nagita in the next few weeks. We are looking forward to ending this year on a strong note. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that report. And student report, Lorena Ortiz.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I report on behalf of Oxnard College ASG. We are having, like Dr. Edwards said, we are having Angela Davis here May 3rd. We just got done with the flyer. We're just doing some edits and we'll be sending it out tonight to everyone. May 3rd, 5 o'clock, 6 to 6:30. It's going to be an hour of conversation and then 30 minutes of Q&A. Moderated by 3 students, and we are happy to announce that Ashley will be speaking on behalf of the board. And we're excited about this. We still have one more movie on the 28th of April. And we're just getting ready for graduation. We did also go to, I went to the SSCCC. And I just want to really let you guys know that Oxnard College is really, it's a college that we're able to collaborate with students and faculty. Other colleges don't have that. And I did invite other colleges, their students, to come to Oxnard College to see how things are done. But I just want to thank again Oxnard College and the faculty and staff for collaborating with the students and wanting the students to succeed. So thank you. And I'm sorry, I was sick and I was at a doctor's appointment. That's why I was late.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Worth the wait. Okay. That's going to take us to, I believe, Ventura College. And I believe we're starting with President Hoffmans.
Good evening, Trustee Chancellor and everyone. I'm very happy to report a few things that are happening at Ventura College in addition to the President's report that I already included for this meeting. We also are excited to celebrate Diversity and Culture Festival. We have our keynote speaker for tomorrow at noon. Hopefully you can attend. And it's Dr. Gina Garcia. She is talking about transforming Hispanic serving institution. And that's what we're trying to do at our colleges, is really transform our systems and be more inclusive and equitable. So really excited to attend that. I will be there tomorrow. We also last week had a captain's chat. Captain's chat is our forum, our town hall, where we bring our campus together. And at this captain's chat, we had our kickoff meeting with our for our facilities master plan with our consultant Steinberg Hart. I know you've all probably done those sticky notes where you put a sticky note on the building that has the most to offer and the sticky note on the ones that need the most help. Well, we did that virtually and that was really fun to do. Didn't know you could do that. And so we provided them with a lot of good information, and that we'll move forward and we'll work on our timeline so that our community and the board will have an opportunity to provide input as well. We also discussed, and probably some of this you'll hear when we talk about reopening plan, some of the things we're doing at Ventura College to keep our employees and our students safe. And I'll go into those in detail if we get to that point later in the agenda. We also, our students have been supporting the college with remodeling our cafeteria. So when we do get to open back up soon, we'll have a newly remodeled cafeteria, and you'll see there is a large PO purchase order later in the agenda for you to approve. So we're excited about that. We've been doing a lot of student outreach because, again, like Oxnard College mentioned, we're really concerned about our enrollments and our enrollment dips, as well as just really concerned about our students. I mean, this has been a trying time for them. And so reaching out and connecting with them is really important. So since February, we've had around 38 Zoom sessions for workshops and community presentations where we've assisted 680 students through their application process, doing ed plans, enrollment information. So that's been really successful. We've also sent email correspondence to about 1,400 incoming students, and we've held 11 articulation workshops. Also, later in your agenda, you'll see a position that we want to start at Ventura College, a director of outreach and marketing. Both Moorpark College and Oxnard College have this position, and Ventura College is looking forward to having it as well, so we can coordinate our efforts and improve our outreach and marketing. So we're really excited about that, and that's 16.02. Then two last things which are really exciting for our students. Barnes & Noble, through their contract with Ventura College, has $30,000 for scholarships. And each year our classified professionals work tirelessly to try and raise funds for a scholarship for employees or relatives of employees who want to take classes at Ventura College. And one of the things that we want to do to help them is we're going to contribute that $30,000 to endow their scholarship, so it'll be able to continue in perpetuity. So we're really excited about that, and maybe Seb will mention something about that as well when he speaks. And last but not least, we had just found out today that a dear friend of ours and a previous donor, Aurora Loss, who she passed away about a year ago, and the foundation has been notified that they'll receive $93,000 to establish scholarships, endowed scholarships, as well as additional $93,000 in change to help our nursing program with not only their scholarships, but also purchasing needed equipment. So those are a few exciting things that are happening at Ventura College.
Thank you for those exciting announcements. Before we transition to Academic Senate and Classified Senate, and if any students are online for Ventura College, are there any questions? I had a quick one, President Hoffman's, in regards to the cafeteria work. Is that part of the facilities master plan?
It has not been, well, it could have been in the previous one. I don't know for sure. It's been in the works and in the planning for our students who have worked on that part of the building. They've redone their own kind of office suites as well as the student government portion. And now this is the final piece, is the cafeteria.
Will it allow for the return of food services in the cafeteria, if that's ever developed or allowed to move forward or chosen to move forward? Would this work block that, or is it coincide with that?
Right. So I'm still hoping that we can return hot food services to Ventura College. I think that that's a really needed thing for our students as well as our employees. The work that's being done is only in the cafeteria itself, so it should not impact any food services that would be in, it's a different part of the cafeteria.
So like the student section of the cafeteria versus the cooking section.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I was going to ask that later, but that takes that off the list. So thank you. All right. Academic Senate and Classified Senate.
All right, thanks, Chair Chancellor. Starting off, I want to echo what Amy was saying about the ASCCC State Academic Senate meeting coming up in a couple days. To answer Trustee Perez's question about the Chancellor's Office Vision for Success DEI Integration Plan, at least one of the resolutions at State Senate in the plenary directly cites this document. So yes, that document is being considered at the State Senate level and working its way down to local senates and other initiatives related to DEI on the campuses. For my
Great,
update
thank you.
today, just two categories. The first one is the resolutions that we've passed regarding ethnic studies. There's three of them. The first one was in support of hiring 4 tenure-track ethnic studies professors over the next 4 years, with one high priority for fall 2021 this year. And because of this resolution, one of the 5 full-time hires that President Hoffman's approved is going to be in ethnic studies. The second of these resolutions is the creation of a curriculum committee work group that's going to be related to the new CSU General Education Breadth Area F related to ethnic studies requirements. And the third is in support related to our facilities master plan. It's in support of the creation of a multicultural ethnic center. And to view all of these resolutions in their entirety, you can go to venturacollege.edu, click on our academic senate page, and we have a resolutions tab that lists all of our resolutions. The second thing I wanted to talk about is some of the faculty professional development that's been going on. The first of these is we started this semester an equity summit. So we've had faculty PD have hosted over 4 events in this series so far. These events have ranged from lunch talks to invited speakers, and those have been pretty successful so far. The second thing for faculty PD is we're instituting a cultural curriculum audit and revision program. That's kicking off this summer. The lead mentors for this program are beginning their training. They're training with the team from Long Beach City College that kind of started this work. So we're learning from them as we train our trainers. We currently have over 20 mentors and 60 faculty who are going to be participating in this work. And this is equity related work to analyze each faculty member's own equity data for students, pedagogy, and other equity minded practices. So those PD efforts are exciting to me, and that's my update. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And classified Senate.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I don't have much to add to my report that you received, but I do want to just obviously add on to what Kim said. And, you know, it's really kind of hot off the press. It's actually something that I haven't really even shared with our campus at large because it literally just happened. And so we're so thankful, you know, for that gift and that opportunity to have that continue and you know, without the kind of constant struggle of not knowing if we'll make our, you know, fundraising goals and so forth. And so at least this way, it's not that we'll stop fundraising. You know, there's been times when we've been able to fundraise enough for more than one scholarship a year. So, you know, this just at least gives it that baseline where we know that we kind of have a guarantee that we'll be able to at least award one every year. And so it is really an awesome opportunity, and we're super thankful and super exciting news. And so that's the only thing I would just add to my report.
Thank you for that. Chair, Trustee Perez.
Yes, Sebastian, just 2 thoughts. One, congratulations on being 4CS area representative. Is that a new role for you, or are you continuing in that role?
That is completely new.
Okay, well,
and so I'm thank you for the congratulations. I'm wondering yet if what I got myself into, but with us being a virtual, I guess one of the silver linings is that so far the responsibilities have been relatively manageable.
Okay, and then the other point you wrote about, and I would just advise you to use caution as you consider the question of additional monthly meetings.
I did see that, and yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely not where we want to go, but sometimes it does make you think. Luckily, this month we had a quieter meeting, so those emotions died down a little bit, but sometimes there's you can't find enough time on the agenda, and you find yourself overrunning, as you know, can easily happen.
And I just hope my colleagues appreciate my perverse humor in making that comment. So
definitely. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we're transitioning now to 7.04 DAC reports. And it looks like I'll hand it off to the Chancellor to guide us through this section.
Sure. Thank you. Dr. Cynthia Herrera, do you have any updates from the institutional effectiveness area?
Just the presentation, but we'll be going through that later, so I'll hold.
Okay, thank you. And then IT, Dan Watkins.
Good evening, all. I don't have anything additionally unless there's any questions I can answer on the report I provided. I just put a few of the projects that we have in progress. We have about 20 in progress and about another 22 that have been prioritized to move up as we complete those projects. So I'll be highlighting a few of those each month.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And then Patty Blair, marketing.
Good evening, trustees. I provided a written report. Thank you.
Laura.
Chair, Chair, I just had a question. As we're going to vote later on the consent agenda, the HR position that President Hoffman's brought up for marketing and outreach at the colleges. And I know that when the College Brain Trust came through, they recommended having, the colleges have robust marketing at the college level. And I've kind of advocated for, some central branding, through Patty's department. And I just don't want to lose sight of all the incredible work that Patty Blair has done to brand us as a district, and our colleges, get so much more exposure, PR, and, sponsorships and all the things that she's done, that as we bring in these college level directors, that it still remains a coordinated effort. Because I just think there has to be somebody that coordinates it. Otherwise, if everybody's pulling in a different direction, we're not going to keep making forward progress. So that's just my comment as we look at those positions and what a great job Patty has done and moved us so far. I would just hate to see that slowed down in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Well said.
And next we'll have Laura Barroso, HR.
Good evening, trustees. You have my written report that includes numbers of activity in HR, so no report other than that from me.
Okay, and then we have David Elfethal.
Dr. Gillespie, actually, I have a couple questions. Well, my first question, which I'll, well, first of all, thank you for the monthly report on the HR, the Human Resources monthly report. But I'm just curious, when we start the approval process at the board level of HR transactions, we'll also see the attached expenditure side of it, for example, right? So I would highlight professional expert approvals. There's 104 of those. So when we eventually get to a place of approving HR transactions, we'll be able to see the length of time of these professional expert approvals and sort of the financial cost to the district on those, correct?
We will pull that together if that's what the board is interested in seeing.
Okay. Again, the model that we discussed at our last meeting of Los Rios, then where they approve all HR transaction, there is a dollar amount attached to it. So I think it would be helpful, just as we approve POs and of such. So, okay. Vice Chair McKay, did you have anything to add?
I was just going to say with professional engagements, maybe we want to set a range or something, because I know some may be like a PR professional that's going to provide services as needed throughout the year, and some may be a one-time professional expert. I think that maybe a little thought there and some conversation so that we can give some clear guidance on what we're looking for.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Laura. And then Dave, Business Services.
Yes, I have no report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Chair, that wraps up the DAC comments. And again, just want to thank the DAC staff and all the college folks too for the detailed written reports that you're providing as well. That's really helpful.
They really are beautiful reports. I mean, they're pretty, they're laid out well. I mean, I'm a marketing person. I can't help it. I look at not just what they say, but how they say it and what they look like. And they're something that are a point of pride for, should be a point of pride for each of the colleges.
Chair.
Trustee Press.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on one of Trustee McKay's earlier comments, and that is just the level of activity in the DAC and specifically in IT and PR and marketing. It just, when you see it in black and white, it's pretty damn impressive. And that's not to say that a lot of activity isn't occurring in the other areas as well. So.
And just to make sure, I want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. There's no written or verbal report for business and administrative services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I believe with that, then we are transitioning. This is where we had a change in the agenda, I believe, and that's going to take us to our reopening, which was formerly 8.05, which is now, we moved it up to let's see here, 7.06. Sorry, the font's very small. So Chancellor Gillespie.
Yeah, just wanted to confirm. So you wanted to do that before the Moore Park and the sustainability?
I thought we were going to do the Moore Park highlights first and then the reopening.
And correct. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yes. Sorry.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to Dr. Sokanu for the Moore Park College highlights this month.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Gillespie. We're glad to share with you the incredible work that our college is doing in the community through our dual enrollment efforts. Dr. Emmanuel Gebru and Sergio will be sharing with us what Moore Park College has been doing in this particular area, and as a part of our larger effort at making sure we create pathways to prosperity from middle school all the way to the college and beyond that to our sister institutions in Ventura County higher education and to the workplace. So I am passing this on to Dr. Gebru and to Sergio.
Thank you, Dr. Sokanu, and thank you, trustees, for having us tonight. I just want to start off by first acknowledging the team of people who really make our dual enrollment program run smoothly in the way it does. I want to start off by acknowledging Dr. Kushner Databoy, who's our Dean of Student Services, who oversees directly the dual enrollment program. And then also Sergio Gonzalez, our Director of Dual Enrollment, who's been with us for the past 6 months and really taking off in ensuring the success with our community and our high school partners. And then our part-time counselor, Seville Pinkard, who works with the high school counselors to ensure that the students are supported daily. And then, of course, I can't forget all the faculty and the chairs and the deans who work really hard to ensure that we work with our K-12 partners to ensure that we're offering all the right courses and ensure that that our students are getting what they need, as well as our high school partners who work hand in hand with our team and our college to ensure that our that dual enrollment is really about access and equity and ensuring that our students who are, don't have college in their vista or not even thinking about college, this is an opportunity for them to get exposed to college courses. We even offer courses starting as early as middle school. We offer courses at the high school, obviously. And our goal has always been, how do we continue to align our dual enrollment efforts with guided pathways by not just offering a la carte courses, but offering pathways for our students at the high school who want certificates, who want degrees. So our slogan has always been, try to finish your first year of college while you're in high school. So we try to get them to think about completing their first year, getting up to 30 units. And then by the time they get to us, hopefully they'll complete in another year. So it's really about access. It's really about providing support, but it's also about offering the students that are the honors and AP students who want to take specific courses. We offer non-CCAP courses after school for those populations. So, interestingly, even during COVID, we've seen an increase in enrollment from our high school students in taking college courses. Students feel more empowered to take college courses. we've been able to transition to online with our strong team of folks that work with our high school partners with support services to ensure that the transition has been smooth. And we also work with our registrars, Dave Anters and his whole team to make sure that our high school counselors and our students are enrolled in the classes, working hand in hand, day to day with Sergio, Seville, and all those people. So I'll let Sergio really kind of give you the nuts and bolts, the success rates, and what our program looks like and where we're heading in our PowerPoint slides. So Sergio, please take it away.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I am about to share my screen and the PowerPoint presentation that we put together. Here we are. Okay, there we go. So just so for those of you who do not know what CCAP is the College and Career Access Pathway. Non-CCAP is those courses that we call a la carte or do not have an agreement with us, with the college and the high school. And those courses are usually taught after school. This slide here just shows you who our partners are. We're at approximately 13 sites. And along those 13 sites, it combines for over 32 sections. Our program started off in 2016, 2017 year with only 52 students. And this is our CCAP, the student partnership. This is an agreement with one campus for 2 courses that equated to 52 students. 5 years later, we now have a few more agreements than that, and we have 801 students who participate in the CCAP program. What does that look like for us when it comes to FTES, right? If you look 3 years back, we had 51 total FTES between summer, fall, and spring for these pathways we've created. Now, 2.5 years later or so, we have 130 FTES increase in under 3 years. We've shot from 51 to 180 FTES for the CCAP courses. What does that equal in revenue? In revenue, 2.5 years ago, we brought in 282,000. Now we're bringing 984 plus. And this is a difference of 2 years by creating these pathways, by bringing these students on board and making sure we have resources available for them to make sure they move on along the pathway. So what does that look like versus non-CCAP? So if you look back to those 5 years ago, the majority of students were taking a la carte courses at 283 versus we had 52 who were in a planned pathway. Now it's shifted to where more students at 801 are taking a planned course versus 482 students are taking a la carte courses. The total, 4.25% of the campus is created by special admit students for fall. So this generates 1.2 for fall and roughly another million or so for spring. 67% of K-12 students are in the CCAP section now. So how do we measure our successes? With the grade of C or better. So what we've seen is that 5 years ago, with the majority of students were in a non-CCAP pathway and just taking those courses a la carte, our success rates were under 80%. Now with the majority of our students taking a planned course on a planned pathway, our success rates have jumped up to 91%. How does that compare to other colleges in our surrounding area? Well, that's the graph on the right. Moore Park College with 91.18%. Right behind us is Santa Barbara with 90, Pasadena with 86, almost 87, 82% for Santa Monica, and roughly 79% for Pierce. And these are the passing rates of all students that are in K-12 taking a course at Moore Park. So opportunities or any challenges that we foresee. Opportunities that we still see are guided pathways type model, making sure we have these intentional pathways versus a la carte. We want to increase the number of CCAP agreements with high schools, with other high schools. I just met earlier today with the Simi Valley Unified School District to get them on board. We want to continue to increase FTS and more revenue for our campus by adding more pathways, but not really taking away for those after school type courses. Potential challenges, part-time pool is small for our dual enrollment and for most of our academics at Moore Park College. So we're trying to find a way how to identify more high school teachers that meet our minimum qualifications. Student fees for non-CCAP students, it could be an access issue. So we would like to visit how it is that we could support students who have low SES and can still take an after school course with us, and resources to build partnerships to grow enrollment and staffing as well.
Sergio, if I can jump in there really
Yes,
quickly.
jump on in.
And in terms of some of the challenges, we've done everything we can to really connect with our high school partners. We've had job fairs. We want our K-12 teachers that meet minimum quals to apply and become part of our pool to teach some of these courses. And we do have some high school teachers that do meet minimum quals that teach for Moore Park College as part of our faculty. So we continue to outreach to many communities to strengthen our pools, not just for dual enrollment, but also to strengthen our pools for many of our other subject areas where we don't have strong pools of instructors that can teach for us. So this is an ongoing effort in terms of outreach for dual enrollment, but also for other disciplines in the sciences and communication, where it's always tough to get a lot of people to come teach courses because these are part-time courses. They're usually in the evening. But we've learned a lot because of the pandemic. We've learned that high school students are prepared to take online courses. We have strong support services online with tutoring. So there's a lot that's happening in terms of ensuring there's a lot of opportunities moving forward. What we want to do is just continue to build these partnerships with K-12 by continuing to find paths, look at certificates, and look at ways to really ensure that students have a lot of options in terms of not just courses, but also career options, CTE, and so forth.
Yes, and then Dr. Gabru talked on some of our next steps. So it's to continue developing these pathways and help students gain certificates or degrees. And right now, some of our pathways are expanded over 2 years, but looking at expanding it over the 4 years of high school to get some sort of completion, align the academic pathways so that they receive 1 full year of college. For some schools, their aim is for the 2 full years. Coordinate dual enrollment classes to be zero textbook costs. Right now, we have over 80% of the sections that we offer to the dual enrollment program as zero textbook costs. We would like to increase our success rate another 1.5% to be roughly at 2.5% next year. And we would like to implement or kind of grow our online tutoring services for the special admit K-12 students. Thank you.
And as you can see, just so the board knows, before Sergio came on, we were doing this work with really part-time staff, with deans really stepping up, department chairs supporting. There's a concerted effort from faculty and staff and the college that's really committed to access to our community. When we say high school students, we don't see them as just high school students. They're also Moore Park College students. So they are our students. So we try to ensure we keep that strong message and that Moore Park is their first choice and also first option, because it's not only a good starting point, but it's also a point where a lot of our students, when they come to us, they have an opportunity to get to the UCLAs, to get to the UC Berkeley. So we sell that message when we do outreach. We talk to our parents. We do a lot with our community. And we hope that, you know, with the small staff that we have, that we continue to build a program, but we also continue to strengthen resources so that we do an excellent job to continue to support our high school students, our middle school students, and to just ensure that that access is really part of what we do, not just at Moore Park, but also at the district as a district.
Chair Chancellor?
Oh, go ahead.
If I may, a couple of questions. Dr. Gebru, Mr. Gonzalez, I applaud you for the work and the growth in this program. It's very dear to my heart coming from K-12. Wonderful opportunities. And this is something that by extension, I'd probably be asking for some emphasis at the other colleges that do dual enrollment as well, is are you keeping some data on students that are part of special populations and their success rates, particularly in the Pathways programs?
Kushner, you want to speak to that?
Yes, I can. Good evening, trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. We are keeping data on different populations at those schools, and that data is available for us to share if we need to.
Okay, it's just one more angle to pursue. And a question that displays a bit of my ignorance. What is a special admit student?
A dual enrollment student is considered a special admin student.
Oh, so anyone in the program?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Chair.
Chair, oh, wait.
Vice Chair McKay and then Trustee Perez.
I just wanted to say, thank you for all the outreach work. And I can speak for the Conejo Valley Unified School District. They received a grant for their CTE pathways, and they're very much looking forward to aligning those pathways as we work through that program with them over the next, this is in my day job, work with them with this marketing grant that they got to look at CTE pathways and how they will coordinate with the community colleges. So I know I did a quick intro for the participation that you did in their Pathways Night the other couple weeks ago. That was great. And so I just really want to applaud the effort, because I know a couple of years ago there was a lot of kind of push, and it was hard to get it going. And this is just so exciting to see it move like this.
Absolutely. Thank you for your support.
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Okay, first, thank you, Trustee Mantooth. I had the same question about special admit. Sometimes there's just additional jargon that gets thrown in and means the same as some other terminology. One item of interest that I've had in this dual enrollment is when we were considering the MOUs, there was reference made, and there's a requirement for outreach to those typically underrepresented students in primarily the K-12, of course. So I hope that that's still something that we're paying attention to when we're seeking cooperation with the school districts that you are, because this is a great program for any student that gets in, but it's certainly a program that's probably not on the radar of a lot of the young students in the area, and certainly their families as well. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr. Perez. We've made a concerted effort in working with our high schools, but also our middle schools, in ensuring that students that are not likely to go to college, that we do college nights, we talk to parents, we do presentations, and that we truly make it about access. Because the more students have college in their vista, the more they know about opportunities. Even starting as early as middle school, you would be impressed by these kids that are taking college courses in 7th and 8th grade that are really excited about college. And these are the students that are also part of our safe passages that eventually will be high school students, and then eventually will be Moorpark College students. So we've made sure that access and equity is at the forefront of what we do, and that these classes are not just for your non-traditional students that are your AP students or honor students, but they're for everyone. And that's why it's important that we have zero textbook costs. That's why it's important that we use resources to make sure that these type of issues are not in their way. And we want to make sure that they get a free education, and then hopefully it will propel them to be college students after they graduate high school.
Great. Glad to hear that. Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. I would like to add that this year we also did a parent night in terms of outreach, and we did that in Spanish.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, I would just like to add, I know a lot of work goes into these reports, and on a college highlight, there's no shortage of topics to discuss. So a thank you to Chancellor Gillespie, all the administrators or managers at Moore Park College, because, and the thank you is for listening to this board. We have asked a lot of questions, and because I can speak for myself, we've received a lot of questions on dual enrollment and programs and alignment at the high school and college level. So out of everything you could have shared and spoken and highlighted, I just, as one trustee, I just would like to thank you for selecting what you did, and not only for selecting it, but for doing the hard work and at such a high caliber. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
I believe we're transitioning perhaps to a restroom break, or I should say just to a break in itself. So I've got a couple of requests for that. So it's 6:53. If it's okay, can we come back at 7 o'clock? Does that work for everybody? I'm seeing some heads nod. Okay, great. We'll see everybody at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Alex, real quick, will you be able to show the PowerPoint that's attached for the fall 21 reopening item? Alexander, will you be able to do that?
Yes, Chancellor Gillespie, I'll bring it up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hey, just waiting for full group and then we'll be back in action. Okay, we are back. So for those of you just joining us, we just came back from a break and I always wanted to say that. All right. And we are transitioning now to, oh, I don't have the number in front of me. It used to be 5.06. I'm gonna do some math. Maybe it's 7.06.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, 5 plus 2. Okay, cool. Which is leadership for a sustainable future. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, so we're glad to provide the board an update on what the colleges and district have been doing with regards to implementing sustainability initiatives. And I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor El Fattal.
Hello, trustees. Hopefully we can get the presentation up on the screen, unless I'm supposed to be sharing that because I don't have it.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Thank you. Thank you much. So I just would say I'm going to give a few minutes topic of district-wide issues regarding sustainability and what we're doing here at the district. And then the campuses will have some folks that talk about things that are happening at the campus. So if you can advance to slide 2, please. The board knows this. The board has taken a leadership role on sustainability, and over the last couple of years has passed resolutions on climate change and sustainability, and also resolution in support of Clean Air Day. And those resolutions are the types of things that will come forward on a regular basis. And then also just recently, a couple of meetings ago, I believe, the board approved that strategic goal 3.G, and that is supporting implementation of college level sustainability plans. One of the really critical organizations in Ventura County is the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, and their goal is to help organizations within the county build a good energy stewardship throughout the county. And I know Chair Chancellor is the member on that agency right now, and other board members have served that in the past. The next slide, please. And so just district-wide leadership, that does not mean district office necessarily, that means district-wide. I just want to kind of walk you through a few things in terms of what we're doing with sustainability. The campus sustainability plans, which were established in 2016, you'll hear the campuses talk about that as the second half of this presentation. We are actively involved, all college districts across the state are involved with the CCC IOU, which is the CCC Investor-Owned Utilities Partnership, and that was established by the State Chancellor's Office, working with Edison and PG&E and the different investor-owned utilities. As part of that process, one of the things that occurred, Prop 39 was passed in 2012. That was actually a 6-year program, although you might remember them talking about 5 years, but spending went on into the 6th year. And so that Prop 39 was the Clean Energy Job Creation Fund. And what its purpose was to improve energy efficiency and also create clean energy jobs in K-12 and also community colleges. We spent $4.2 million approximately, mostly improving the energy efficiency of indoor lighting, outdoor lighting, which is where the bulk of energy efficiency comes from, and cost savings is by changing light bulbs to the latest and greatest technology. And then also there was some work done on some HVAC systems. And so that was a lot of work over a 6-year period, which came to an end, not too long ago. The EV Ready Blueprint is something that I was personally involved in. It was a subgroup of the Ventura County Energy Alliance that I mentioned earlier. And what that group did is we did a lot of work to talk about getting EV charging stations. It primarily was for Ventura and Oxnard, if I remember correctly, those two cities, not the whole region, but there was a lot of good work, and that flows across the region to all of the cities to establish a blueprint for the county of what agencies and organizations would establish charging stations and how we would access them, and reaching into low socioeconomic areas to help with outreach on why it's important to have an EV vehicle. And then also, why would you get an EV vehicle if you don't have the charging stations available, and so on. Also, we worked for a couple of years actually before implementation of a 5-year grant through the Ventura County Transportation Commission. That's for the Higher Education Partnership Grant, and that provides free bus rides for students, not just to campus, but anywhere, 24/7, 365. Of course, we haven't had much ridership during COVID, but prior to that, there was very good ridership levels. And you've seen some of those statistics before. These next couple of organizations, the Southern California Facility Organization, you may not be aware of, but that's directors of facilities across Southern California that meet monthly basically and talk about all sorts of things, improving water, for our drought conditions, energy efficiency, commissioning buildings, whatever the topic of the month is, we bring experts in. Sometimes the experts are within our own organizations. And so I attend that, not every month, but I attend it, often enough, several times a year. And I have presented at that group before regarding sustainability issues. And then we have our facilities directors and sometimes our vice presidents of business who also attend. CCFC, the same sort of thing, but that's a statewide organization that's focused on facilities. And of course, part of that focus is LEED buildings. There's a lot of architecture and other kinds of folks that attend. That's an annual conference. It's a big deal, and it's been going on for many, many years. The California Higher Education Sustainability Conference, which some of us attend, I go about every other year. It generally happens at UC Santa Barbara, Cal State Santa Barbara, and then also Cal State Fullerton. They alternate years, but it's about a 4 or 5 day conference. It covers a wide gamut of everything you can imagine in terms of sustainability. If you haven't attended, I would suggest maybe attending. It's really a great conference. And then, of course, we have the Clean Air Coalition for Ventura and Santa Barbara County. So I have served on that particular group. It's a statewide issue, the Clean Air Coalition, but we happen to have our region as Ventura and Santa Barbara County. So we're doing a lot of work as we can in some of those areas. Next slide, please. And of course, Earth Day we do every year at each campus. We celebrate Earth Day with a lot of different activities and promotional, and we do the same with Clean Air Day. That just really started a couple of years ago in a concerted effort. The state had paid a consulting group to help all the different regions across the state, every county, to do some work in that area. The district and the campuses do e-waste recycling. So primarily the simple way of thinking about it is all our computers that age out 5 years or more, et cetera, we have to do something with them. And so we put them through an e-waste recycling program. You all know just recently we're trying to leverage paperless opportunities through board docs. Some of you heard earlier, we had a 993 page board book recently. And so we're trying to move away from that to paperless. And in large part, the board certainly has requested that. And there are others, throughout the district that would feel that's a nice thing, is to just look at it paperless. Implementation of Chrome River, that's a organization It's for paperless travel and expense module. This has been several years in the works. I just will say that there's been a lot of work from purchasing and fiscal and users. Generally, when they have meetings, I know there've been a couple of meetings lately. We're in the finishing touches of it. The meetings are hours at a time. There's a lot of issues to work through, and it's a workflow process for paperless travel and expense. So we don't have to print receipts, and we can just post them in a database, and it saves a lot of time and labor cost by getting it into an electronic workflow system versus having all this paper just flow all over the sites and then also to the district. You all know we're getting close to completing our 8 megawatts of solar arrays. So Moorpark is in pretty good shape. Ventura same. Oxnard has started. They were just happened to be last on the list, and they went to a hybrid program, which which has solar arrays and then also ground mount versions because of the aquifer there. That there's water 8 foot underneath the table. So we're really getting close to having all of that work done. Actually, I have a meeting tomorrow with the facilities folks with Edison. The last issue, just about the last issue for Moorpark and for Ventura, is to get connected to the grid with Edison. So we're going through that process. I've signed a contract. I think there's another contract coming for Ventura. I signed the one for Moorpark. And so that's great news. Hopefully we'll have some good news within at least a few months. Probably it's going to take to say that we're on the grid and here's what the results are, and we can have maybe a grand opening of type. Also, we have 1 megawatt of battery storage that ties to the solar system. We have it's a total of 1 meg, and it's throughout 3 campuses. We also participate in Southern California Edison Demand Response Program as an organization, and so that gives us some benefit when that means they're going to shut us down for certain time periods when the grid is overtaxed, but we're helping out statewide with doing that process. I have some good news, I think, on the installation of EV charging pre-conduit. So the board will recall there was some robust conversation about how many charging stations in the parking lots, and what we ended up with, new parking lots by green code require 6% of parking capacity. And so we are best in class. We're pushing for 10% of parking capacity. And recently we're working with Edison. They may end up paying a large portion of doing the pre-conduit work. So for instance, Moorpark arrays are done. And because this Edison program that reimburses and their engineers come on, and we're working through them to save, a couple of $100,000, few $100,000, and have Edison pick up that cost. So we're in pretty good shape, I think, with that. We've done some healthy pre-assessment, and we're continuing that work with them. I've been on several phone calls this week and last week with our facilities folks and Edison and so on, just working through that process.
I have a question about EVs specifically. So whenever's a good time, Dave, just let me know.
Can you let me just get through this last bullet, which might be my last bullet before we go to the campuses? But so the EV Charge Ready 2.0. So we applied. I have said multiple times that EV charging stations cost money, and there are grants available for EV charging stations, which we should take advantage of when they come. But we're not always able to access the grants, right? So we had applied for a grant through Edison for EV charging last year. I think it was a year ago, but it was so oversubscribed, there wasn't much money for it, et cetera. So Edison, as part of the CCIOU partnership that I mentioned earlier, they called me, and they asked me if we wanted to participate in what they're calling EV Charge Ready 2.0. Now, it's $376 million grant program from Edison for charging stations. Now, when I talked to them a couple of days ago, that number has changed, and there's some delineation within the program, but actually it's more in the $600 to $700 million range, first come, first serve. So they don't say, well, if we have 100 organizations, we're going to split it up to make sure everybody gets something. basically the first organization that comes in. We're asking for almost 400 charging stations, 150 at Moore Park, 150 at Ventura. These are in terms of the 10% of spaces, right? And 90 at Oxnard. And so I was on the phone with our engineers yesterday, again, with our facility directors. I have another phone call tomorrow, actually, also in terms of this project. And I think it ties with the infrastructure. So what they're going to do is make sure that the system can handle all of the charging stations. And the one issue is, which I just learned recently, the question that we asked was, how quickly do we have to install the charging stations? And the answer was, if we participate and if they pay, we need to install them, all of them, within 3 to 4 weeks after the milestone date of connectivity and so on. So that's a big deal to do versus piecemealing it as soon as grant money comes in. I don't have and they only charge for the EV charging stations about, they pay in a rebate about 25%. So there's still some work that we're doing in that regard. It is probably going to end up, if it happens, if it works out, it's probably going to end up, $500,000 to maybe $1 million cost for the district, maybe from Fund 113, for instance. We're still working through that to put in these 400 charging stations, but it's a great opportunity to get charging stations for the county. And for the folk, for our students and for our employees and for, the community surrounding, right? There's still a lot of work to go into that process, but we're working through it. And I'm thrilled to bring that good news to you and at least let you know about that. So I think that was my last bullet, and I'd be happy to answer Trustee McKay, your question or any others before we move on to the campus, or you can also save them for later, but I'm happy to answer any questions right now.
Well, mine is specific to the EV charging stations. Isn't there a point at which if you have too many, are we producing enough solar energy to pay for the electricity? Because you can put in too many EV charging stations, and then the cost of the electricity charging the vehicles becomes problematic, and when we buy, not clean energy to produce EV charging stations. So do we know what that balance is, and or does our solar arrays provide enough for a certain amount of EV charging stations, and we know what that is?
Well, I'll give you an example. You're right. My short answer is because we're asking Edison to be involved in this and maybe pay to build all or most of the conduit. They're not going to let us put in more than can be produced. So, for instance, Moore Park College, the 10% is 153 charging stations. Edison's pre-assessment says, well, we can put 139. And it's similar numbers between, Oxnard and Ventura. It's very, very close to what we're requesting, to what Edison in a pre-assessment says is feasible.
So we won't have to buy electricity for the EV charging systems. The solar arrays will take care of it.
Well, that's I'm not going to answer the question that way. I apologize. What I'm saying is that the system. We're not going to put in more than the system can handle. And so, yes, the solar arrays are that system. But I will also add this caveat. So generally speaking, most places charge people to plug in and pay for the electricity, right? It's not a free community service. It can be a free community service, but that's not generally what happens. Cars drive up, they plug in the plug into the car. They're part of a regional or nationwide network, and they pay for the electricity. So that's one of the major issues that we still have to work through is what system do we want to use? And then we also have how much do we want to charge? Do you want to break even? Do you want to make a little bit of money for maintenance? There's all of those issues that have to come in. So it's not something that our electricity bill is going to increase because we're giving away free electricity and it's costing us money, if that helps answer the question.
Fair enough.
Chair Chancellor, I have a question relative to this particular slide. Dr. El Fattal, if I may. With regard to what the solar arrays generate, my understanding is that's to power the needs of the site. And if there's something left over, that either would go back to the grid or would be infused into the battery storage system. Is the ratio of 1 to 8 an adequate or a good process to or baseline to use for those times when you need to draw down what's stored in the battery after hours after the sun goes down, et cetera?
Yes, I'm sorry. Did you finish? I apologize.
I think so. I apologize for the rather disjointed way of introducing the question.
Yeah, no. That's a great question, and it is a question that I've had multiple discussions about, and we are in good shape with that particular ratio. As a matter of fact, I did speak to a vendor not too long ago that one of the trustees, asked to call me. And so we had a good conversation, and as I described our situation, and what they wanted to do is they wanted to maybe touch base and see, did we need batteries, or that's the business they're in, is selling batteries, etc. And when I described our situation and our circumstances, they basically said, "Hey, we're best in class with batteries. They really can't give us any more battery. It's not going to help us at all. It's going to put us over edge, and we would just be buying something that we don't need." And that our next thing to look at would be microgrids, which is part of the state's plan, right? So that's another story. Having said that, however, I do have a call tomorrow with one of the facility directors with Tesla regarding they have a program to provide free batteries. But the issue is, I don't believe, from what I understand, and I've talked to several vendors and our partners and so on, that we can't use extra battery. What we have is the best option for where we're at and for what the regulations, the CPUC regulations allow. So no, we're in good shape with that ratio.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So with that, I think maybe we'll pass it on to Moore Park College to describe some of their sustainability efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Fattal. As you see from the PowerPoint, we completed our plan, our sustainability plan, in July of 2016. And the process that helped us derive this plan included interviews to better understand our current activities, workshops, and really it was a campus-wide effort and making a commitment to sustainable practice. The goals for our plan were developed in the following areas: energy efficiency, waste management, water reduction, transportation, food, and outreach. And as you know, this is a standard approach for the college district. Next slide, please. So in terms of energy efficiency, we've made improvements in our HVAC system. We've upgraded our interior lighting so that they are mostly motion sensors and motion detectors, which then save us high energy costs. We've also upgraded our exterior lighting to LED. We made replacement of restroom paper towels with high efficiency electric hand dryers, which comes in very handy when we were in short supply for paper towels during the early half of the COVID pandemic. We've invested, as you know, the district has invested in the solar panels, and as we're planning our return to campus, we're looking at using those the solar panels on the campuses on the parking structure as a place for gathering for students, and we're actually looking at it as a place for gathering for commencement. So this project is already yielding so much for our campus community. To ensure safety and the well-being and the air quality in our buildings for the fall, we're adding the UVC lighting to all campus HVAC systems, which is prone to improve the efficiency of our systems, and it reduces organic deposits that are built into the HVAC system. In terms of waste management, we are separating campus collection of recyclables. We have a phenomenal group of folks in our campus sustainability work group that are invested in making sure that we're doing this right. The installation of large campus trash compactors, which then reduce the frequency of waste management trucks on our campus, which is good for the environment. We're also participating in an e-waste recycling program, as well as we've installed hydration stations all across campus so that we can be efficient in our use of water resources. And we've leveraged the technology to increase paperless options, as Dr. Alfertal referenced. Next slide, please. In terms of water reduction, we're very proud of the work that we've done in terms of our irrigation systems. We've replaced the controllers so that they can be more efficient. We're monitoring the water flow devices much more closely. We've not only upgraded our systems, but we're also making sure that we have data that gives us very accurate reports on efficiency and on productivity. And so the more precise information we get, the more we are then able to calibrate the system to gain further benefits. We're using mobile apps to monitor and operate irrigation systems. We have a dedicated technician who works on making sure that our irrigation system is not only efficient and pristine, but it fits the landscape of the college community, of the college. Deploying moisture sensors in turf areas, so we can sort of make sure we're assessing seepage and conducting water savings. We've replaced our campus-wide sprinklers with built-in pressure regulators to control output. And our large fountain, which we love dearly and is a hallmark of the college, right by Fountain Hall, has been turned off so that we can be efficient custodians of this resource that is so prized in our global community. In terms of transportation, we're participating in the district-wide college ride bus program, and students are benefiting from that, and the community is benefiting from the reduced carbon emission. We also are we've got additional EV charging stations. As someone who has an electric vehicle, I'm very grateful that we have those on campus. The next slide, please. In terms of food, our food truck offers healthy meatless options so that we can also be aware of the ways in which we support the animal life on our planet. Food truck has increased use of biodegradable packaging while maintaining student-friendly pricing options. And we have student-run, faculty and staff supported organic vegetable garden. This garden, as some of you know, was a brainchild of students from the President's Students Leadership Forum quite a few years back. And the product or the produce from that is now being distributed at our campus food pantry. We are committed to sustainability, and part of our work is to make sure that we are doing that work of reaching out to our community and being active participants and supporters of this move. And so we have an environmental advisory committee, which regularly discusses sustainability issues. And our student government has a director of sustainability that plans a range of issues, of programs to support our students and in their effort to be friendly and supportive of our environment. We have a director of FMNO who's LEED certified and is really leading a lot of this work in coordination with the faculty, staff, and students. We also have a butterfly project on campus, which we are very proud of. And shout out to Professor Janet Johnson and the team and the good collaboration of our zoo and the butterfly project. We raise and repopulate endangered species on our Edom campus. And we have campus-wide events that support Earth Day. So what are we looking to do moving forward? Next slide, please. Our future plans include more energy efficiency, more waste management. We're adding hydration stations for refilling water bottles and exploration of recyclable materials sorting, more work on water reduction, replacement of all laboratory and laboratory faucets with timed flow units. We're doing a whole lot more in terms of drought-resistant planting and making sure we have native and Mediterranean species of vegetation. We're also looking at sustainable landscaping for campus amphitheater spaces, decreasing water utilization while increasing accessibility. And we're trying to incorporate dry bioswales appropriate to the environment. In terms of the food, developing food options for students with sustainability and nutrition in mind, and also increasing healthy snacks and other options which reduce packaging. Outreach, we continue to investigate sustainability excellence as a credential for our staff members, as well as engaging our students in campus events and projects and work that help us sustain this ethic of environmental awareness and commitments. And then we're integrating sustainability into our classroom learning outcomes in many more departments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moore Park College. I would, as we transition into Oxnard College and Ventura College, not to diminish the reports, but maybe just an ask is anything that is not overlap of Moore Park College. And we do have the slides here, so we of course reviewed them, but if you could just maybe highlight some unique features from the slides that's worthy for the trustees to have, and then we can open it up to questions. So Oxnard College.
And I would pass to Vice President Chris Renbarger here.
Thank you. And thank you, trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. The first slide would be similar to Moore Park College because we did a study district-wide in 2016. Next slide, please. And so similar highlights on energy efficiency. We're just particularly proud of our percentages of lights that were converted to LED and motion sensor switches. Next slide, please. Similar changes for waste management and water reduction for the other colleges as well. And in particular, for our culinary arts program, we're composting green waste to assist with that. And we have a garden that helps to grow food for our culinary arts program and in turn our bistro. Next slide, please. For outreach, part of what we've done is reach out to local K-12 schools, especially K-6, to have them come on campus and help us with campus beautification as one of the ways to get the youngsters on campus and let them experience college life a little bit and help them be a part of creating something and having a lasting memory of the college in that way as well, especially on Earth Day. Next slide, please. For Oxnard College, one of the things we'll be doing that's different from Moore Park is that our future plans will be tied to the development of our facilities master plan that the board approves, working with our company last time. And so those additional plans will come forth in relation to the facilities master plan as it's developed over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. And Ventura College.
Okay, so a lot of my colleagues, Chris and President Sokanu, have covered most of the materials. So we went through the same process they did to try and develop our sustainability plan. So next slide, please. I'll just highlight some of the ones that we're proud of. As you know, Ventura College, being the oldest college in the district, we have older buildings. And so it's been more of a challenge, I think, to upgrade some of our facilities to ensure that they are sustainable and helping us in these efforts. So we've replaced inefficient chillers and boilers. We've had you've seen lots of POs related to our HVAC system and probably will continue, but we're working on those. Upgraded lights, we've put in sensors, and as you know, the solar project. With waste management, we've put recycling containers throughout the campus so that they can be accessible and used by all. We participated in the e-waste. We have about 6 to 8 hydration stations where the goal is to have one in every building so that we can reuse water bottles versus continuing to pollute our community with the plastic bottles. We've been leveraging technology just like everybody has. I have multiple documents that I now e-sign, electronically sign, and that are in my Adobe queue. And by the sheer movement to this online space, not only have we improved our instruction, we've also improved some of our efficiencies and our paperless options, which is fabulous. Water reduction, Ventura College has long put in sustainable and drought resistant plants, which is really important, and their beautification of our campus as well as being sustainable and helping our environment. Irrigation on timers, just like everybody talked about. We have 4 additional electric vehicle charging stations, which puts us at a total of 8 for now. With regards to food, we've asked our food trucks to use biodegradable packaging. We also have some healthy meatless options for our vegetarian, and we have 1 food truck that actually is solar powered. And one of the things I'm really excited about, and I know Kathy Bojorquez, our Vice President of Business Services, is even more happy than I am, is that we have a lead facilities maintenance operation director, Orlando De Leon, and he has just been a fabulous addition to Ventura College. He's been with us about a year, so we're excited to have him moving forward and learn from his wonderful experiences. And last, the same thing like Oxnard College, we're starting to work on our facilities master plan. Currently, our facilities master plan is separated from our sustainability plan, and the goal is to merge them together to have it in a single plan. So we'll complete and look at how our progress on our current sustainability plan, close that out, use that information to help develop our new one. So that's kind of what we're looking for. And as we talk about the reopening, we'll talk about the HVAC system and what we're trying to do there to keep everyone safe.
Thank you very much. I see one hand already, so Vice Chair McKay, and then we'll open it up for any questions.
I'm sorry, may I just mention one comment on this last slide?
Of course.
This is for the District Administrative Center. So the main thing that we're doing, one of the things different than the others, we have a major issue scanning all kinds of documents and getting them in the databases so that, we don't have to print all kinds of paper. And then every year we go through a pretty intense recycling shredding program for, archived documents or documents that are ready for destruction that are district-wide, right? So that's all handled through our purchasing office or our Department of General Services. And it's a pretty major issue that, we go through every year. And a board item comes forward in different ways to you. But anyway, I just want to make that comment, and thank you for letting me.
My question is about SB 1383, the organic waste that's, comes into play in January. That's going to be like no time from now. And I just noticed that I know you'll get there because you have to, but I just didn't see, other than the culinary arts program doing composting, how we're going to deal with the organic waste at our 3 very large campuses when it comes to organic waste.
I think that's going to be part of the master planning, but I'll add that to the long list of issues to address with sustainability. Thank you for bringing it up.
Hearing no other questions, I had a couple. We have a resolution and we've heard. Well, first of all, thank you for the reports and all the hard work and thoughtful, efforts into this. I guess my question is, when some of the goals and ideas turn into actual policies, or regulations even, and I'll give some examples. There was language on single-use plastics. So when will we actually see, like in the the cafeterias, where you can't get single-use forks, where there will be compostable items that can be used, or events where, plastic water bottles are still handed out versus having refill stations or filtered water available for people. So I have a over for all three of the colleges and even district for that matter, a question there. And then another question, I visit Ventura College a lot just for geography reasons, is right down the road from my house. And one of the times that I frequently visit, just because it's one of the great perks of this, I used to do it before, but I continue to do it, is the marketplace. And the marketplace at Ventura College is amazing. And I'm going to make an assumption here, and those are always dangerous, but the amount of trash that is, I wouldn't say produced, but originates from the marketplace by, when a customer is going to purchase an item, there's a large amount of plastic that then is utilized. So if we have a policy that's, for example, we have these goals and a resolution on single-use plastics, but if the colleges are within operations or at the board level, wherever it would be, takes a position that we're going to avoid single-use plastics, would that also impact our parking lots where we have the marketplaces where they would use, paper bags or encourage reusable bags, something like that? And then the last one, last two, one is on the food trucks. I've gotten a lot of complaints or concerns from constituents in regards to the gasoline generators that run the extent of the whole time the food trucks are there. It's great to hear that one food truck is solar, and I'm sure that's an expensive endeavor to do. But again, it goes back to the policy side of as an organization, or these three colleges, are we going to take a position and then make sure that our, what's the word, not patrons, but operators of these food trucks then have to comply, just like with non-single-use plastic, bowls, something that you can compost versus single-use plastic. And then I would just add, I think anytime you talk sustainability, I think there's a strong correlation or connection to the return of food services. We serve a lot of students, as we all know, and if a lot of them drive by themselves to the college and then they drive themselves to go get lunch and then drive back, there's a lot of resources to do that. And I think there's a benefit to having food services on our campuses. So those are a couple comments I have, but I'll circle back to the first one, which I think encompasses all of them, which is, when do we move from ideas, good best practices, into actual policies or rules and regulations that we can ensure are taking place? I don't have the answer to that, of course, but I'm just curious on how that shapes out.
Well, my comment would be, we do have the board's goals and objectives. And as you know, there's time taken for the board to establish those and develop those, and discussions and so on. And even more work goes into at the campuses of how do you implement those things, and or district office and or district wide. So there's a lot of work to do. I think Moore does have a sustainability, a student-driven sustainability group that meets regularly. I don't believe the other campuses do at the moment, but I think with the work that they're doing on the facility master plan and going to integrate sustainability in that sense, I think there's going to be a renewed effort and emphasis to work through the board goals and get to a place that we can implement. It's even something as simple as hydration stations. I'll tell you, I used to drink styrofoam out of styrofoam cups regularly, and I know many faculty members who have, and so on. And I stopped, and you all know, you've seen me with this, big, reusable item. So all of us individually have work to do, but I think the hydration stations, for instance, so it's a great thing to do to have them in every building. It costs a substantial amount of money to do, and there's some work that has to be done, and it takes time. And sustainability is such a broad spectrum of issues to deal with. But I think that's really what, there's a lot of hard work that has to go into, and your goals, the board goals, are at the forefront of that as we work through the process at the campus level and at the district office also.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I would just add that in some cases, our students don't have a choice. So if they go to a food truck and order food and the food truck is going to serve them in styrofoam, really that falls on our shoulders to have a policy or regulation in place that says we're not going to utilize styrofoam, or, if they bring a reusable water bottle, that there is an appropriate amount. So I think we're on the same page, Dr. Al-Fatala, just an eagerness of implementation. So I think that's the correct word. And I'm excited to see.
For sure, you and I are on the same page, for sure.
All right, that's good to hear. Okay. I don't know if there's any other further questions, but I appreciate all the hard work and hopefully the exciting implementation to come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That is going to take us to the reopening plan. Chancellor Gillespie.
Okay, thank you. And I think could have the presentation put up, please, Alexander. Yeah, thank you. So this is really just, an update, and we'll be planning to do that monthly moving forward as we work towards increasing the number of employees and students that will be working, learning, and obtaining support services on our colleges. So if could move to the next slide, please. We've been really fortunate to have an improvement in the pandemic levels here in not just Ventura County, but a lot of counties in California. So we entered the orange tier on April 7th, and things are looking favorable for being able to move into the yellow tier in another few weeks if the current trends continue. Within the orange tier, when we look at how that applies to our colleges and the district office, with offices, you can be open indoors with modifications, and those current modifications include all the things that we've talked about and that we're doing. It's the 6 feet apart distancing, the wearing the mask, the disinfecting, the pre-screening, and contact tracing. And they're still encouraging telework to be occurring. And that's the same recommendation that'll be part of the yellow tier as well. Fitness centers and gyms open indoors with 25% max occupancy. Our zoo at Moore Park can have some of the indoor areas open if they wish. On the instruction side, instruction needs to occur in compliance with Cal OSHA standard 3205. And again, we've kind of covered that previously. And so as we're developing our plans for instruction and increasing the number of students, as the fall schedule's been developed, the colleges have been working towards up to 50% of classes having an in-person component as we move up to fall. There's been a state announcement that the pandemic tier system may discontinue June 15th, and we'll still kind of then be interested to see what happens with regards to the Cal OSHA regs, as well as the state public health and CDC guidance for higher ed institution. And of course, we're really promoting and continuing to highly encourage our employees and students to receive the vaccination. Next. As was mentioned a little bit earlier in the meeting, we will move to board meetings will be in person for trustees and the chancellor in May. We'll continue the remote participation for employees and the public with the intent to add more people in June, if not sooner there, depending again on conditions. Right now at the district office, as well as at the colleges, any employee who is interested in returning to work and working on site can do that. There's no push to quick have employees return as we go from now through May, just because we're set up to continue the semester with our current mainly remote work, student support, and instruction. Once we get to June and July, we'll start having classified staff and administrators returning. They'll be in coordination with the supervisors to maintain health and safety and compliance with regulations and guidance. So we're looking at June, July as that opportunity to bring people back, have them go through the process to see what it's like to be at work, and again, make sure we have all of the safe and health requirements met for their workplaces there. By August 1st, most district office employees return to work with adjustments to maintain safety and health. And again, vaccination's highly encouraged, but it won't be required to return to work if a person is choosing not to do that at this time. So you can be non-vaccinated and return to work. If we then look at the colleges, what'll kind of be happening between now and fall, that's the next slide. And the summer session is going to be mainly remote because, again, the plans for summer session were made back when we were still, in a purple tier and the pandemic was really at significant levels. But here again, same thing as at the district office, administrators and classified staff, professionals beginning in June and through July will be returning transition in coordination with supervisors. And then August 1st, most employees return to work with adjustments, again, as needed based on pandemic conditions and the guidelines. So we are looking forward to getting employees back to our locations, working in person, and also welcoming more students back as well. Our biggest challenge is still the fact that we're going to have students starting to register for our classes here later in April. And so they will build their work schedules, their life responsibilities around their schedules, whether they're signing up for all online, some of the hybrid classes, or if they're in the in-person programs. But I know the colleges are providing for some flexibility to add in some additional late start classes or even smaller size classes for additional in-person as we approach fall and even enter fall, just depending upon conditions there. But there's, again, a lot of good news that's happening and some lessening of restrictions that have occurred on the K-12 side that we hope follow through on the higher ed side as well. And kind of with that update, was going to then turn it over to the college presidents to share any updates they have since the last meeting, as well as emphasizing, again, preparations for fall semester. So I think, Alexander, if you want to get it back to the screen view, we'll go ahead and start with Moorpark College.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. So we have a fall reopening work group that has begun to not only update the reopening plans that we developed for fall 2020, but is now taking those and aligning it to the fast-moving situation that we have in terms of the changes in the levels of risk levels. We have brought various stakeholder groups together so that they can not only identify areas in which they feel we need to better support and better prepare them. But we also have used the past month to identify what our priorities are. And our clear priority is to make sure that we bring students back in a safe context, and that we provide our faculty, our staff, and our administrators with the resources that they can not only safely meet the needs of students, but that they can then help support those students as they experience our institution. We're looking at bringing in, as I think I said previously, we're bringing in more what we're calling flexible learning rooms, or FLIRs. And these flexible learning rooms are then outdoor-like facilities, like airframe tents, where we can actually sit 40 to 50 students socially distanced 6 feet apart, and we can offer some of those large math classes and those large science classes that we know are hard to complete and hard to succeed. We're also providing opportunities for our folks who are in our student services areas to be in one building and remove all the classes that are in those buildings, and actually just locate our student services in one hub building, where then students can visit with the folks in our student services area, and at the same time making sure that there is an opportunity to rotate staffing of folks in student services, so that there's some folks on campus and there's some folks online, because we've seen that students really thrive now that we're offering services virtually, and we want to continue to offer services virtually. We've also continuously used our campus update as a way of getting information from our concerns of our faculty and our staff and our students, so we can address those in a timely manner. As we continue to do this work, we are looking at ways in which we can redesign some of our landscape, so that we can have more classes outdoors, and we can have opportunities for our staff and our faculty to meet with students in those safe contexts. We have continued to look at our HVAC system and the air quality in our buildings, and we've got had a vendor come through and assess that, and assess them for effectiveness, so that they meet the standards of MERV 13 and MERV 15. And the one building that doesn't, we will not be using that space because it doesn't, and we will relocate the staff and the faculty into other spaces. We continue to reach out to students and get their feedback. So we've involved students in this planning process. And we also continue to share with the community around our college the plans that we are putting together, so that we can get some good sense of the community impact of that work as well. We focus on the impact of this in terms of meeting our equity agenda and making sure that we meet the needs of the most vulnerable and the most disproportionately impacted members of our campus community. And so we are tying this work to the outreach that we're doing with communities of color and communities that have been traditionally disadvantaged. We're reaching out to them and giving them a sense of not only the resources that we have for our students, but the marketing that we begin to talk about is we are moving forward together. This whole notion that we as a college community are resilient and that we're moving forward together. So we're bringing that message to our community, and we will start to deploy a campaign around that in alignment with the work of the college district. In terms of our faculty and our staff, we've been very explicit that we want to work with folks and work with their comfort levels. We've been very explicit that we will our staffing will be staggered so that we can meet the best needs of not only of the students, but of the various offices, and that the fall would be a transition, and that we know that, and we're building a schedule that's up to 50% of in-person instruction, and then being very specific as we target those courses that we'll deliver online and on ground. I don't know if there are any particular questions, otherwise I'll pass it to my colleague, President Sanchez.
Pause for a second in case there are questions.
I have one, but I'll wait, I think, till the end, because it pertains to all three colleges. So
Thank you. Then I don't think that I have a lot to add that President Sokunu didn't already cover, so I'll just try to be very succinct. As you know, we did a town hall for our employees about a month ago. We've got a town hall for our students coming, I think it's on Monday of next week. It's both for purposes of sharing information and for soliciting some input. But a part of the input that we did receive from our employee town hall was that the department chairs didn't feel as integrated into the discussions as they would have liked. So we've invited the department chairs to join our regular planning meetings. And as I've described before, our planning meetings are widely representative of faculty, staff, and managers under the wise tutelage of Professor and Department Chair Mike Cataley. I also mentioned already that we've got several group visits that we're starting to deploy in order to make folks really comfortable with the space and sort of integrate them back into the idea of being back on campus. We are, if you attended our meeting this coming Friday, our planning meeting this coming Friday, you would see us all busily working at revising and updating our operating guidelines in anticipation of the fall. We continue, of course, to work on our facilities, and as Dr. Sokunu described, that would include some potential for outdoor classes, as well as all of the social distancing protocols that will be necessary to be safe. I know that I agree with Dr. Sokunu that some services I will probably continue at least on a staggered basis online. It does turn out that students and in some instances like having access online rather than in person. So some balance of those two. And so as we develop rotational schedules. And then last but not least, I received a text from Dr. Sanford just apprising me that as of today, approximately pretty close to 46% of our courses now have an in-person component. So we're pretty darn close to that 50% mark and still working on it.
Thank you very much. Ventura Koch.
Okay, so I kind of divided my report into 4 areas. So first, instruction and services. We have between 30 and 40% of our classes that will be in person for the fall. And we're looking at adding additional in-person classes probably for October starts as people feel more and more comfortable coming back to campus. We've also been using HighFlex or testing out HighFlex classrooms where the class rotates. Part of the students are in person and a part are viewing the same class online, and then they rotate in so they get the same experiences. So that we're testing that out and we're ready to roll out more. Especially we're going to utilize that on our East Campus at VC East Campus. And then when we even get back to in-person classes, that might give us more flexibility with offering classes at that location. So we're excited about that. We've been collaborating with departments to move safely, especially our student services, to more in person this fall. And we've been requisitioning a lot of PPE and other safety equipment and instructional equipment that we will need to make sure that our students have everything they necessary to be successful. We've also been very specific in relation to developing department discipline and building specific plans. We've met monthly as an emergency operation team, which is a cross-functional team of faculty, classified professionals, and managers to try and make sure that we're keeping everybody safe. We've asked each department and discipline to build an individual plan telling us what protective equipment we might need, what instructional equipment we might need, and very specific to their location, because every building we have, every office space is different. So there are different needs based on each individual department's need. And with those plans, our FMO director and our vice president of business and others have walked each of the buildings and come up with a maximum capacity of bathrooms, elevators, hallway space, classroom space that we're going to be posting so that we can make sure that we ensure the safety of all of our students. Also, they've purchased like plexiglass dividers and other things as they've gone through these walkthroughs for our employees and others to keep them safe if they're in higher contact departments. Campus-wide communication has been extremely essential. We have had forums, captain's chats, emails. We published a dashboard. The last dashboard, I'm happy to report, had 0 cases of COVID at Ventura College and no one on quarantine. I was doing my little happy dance that we were obviously doing something right and keeping everyone safe. We've increased our hand sanitizing stations at all our entrances. We have touchless paper towel dispensers in every bathroom. So that also, helps with maintaining safety. We're increasing our signage. So this is obviously taking time, but we're working on our signage for all of our rooms and classrooms. We're identifying traffic patterns. We might have students enter in one door and exit in the others to try and avoid that pass-through patterns. And let's see, we're also hiring monitors. We've asked for additional cadets that we'll be paying for to help us with directing traffic and ensuring that everyone is maintaining that social distancing and keeping safe. And then last but not least, ventilation safety. We will make sure we meet all the Cal OSHA guidelines with filters and ventilation cycle rates per hour. We have an outside firm that we're working with to assess our HVAC systems and all of our buildings to make sure we're meeting ventilation requirements. And then, like the other colleges mentioned, we're installing the UV system in our HVACs to make sure that it can not filter out, it can eliminate infectious diseases and mold. So we're really excited about that because we think it has long-term effects for the college. And you'll see several additional POs, as I've already referenced today, later in the agenda that show some of the things that we're doing at Ventura College.
Thank you for that. I think it's time to open it up if there's any questions on the reopening. Okay, hearing none, I had a couple, but trustees feel free to jump in. I'm just curious with the new news of transitioning now into the orange tier and probable, and I don't say this as a trustee, but from the health experts that most likely return to a yellow or entering into a yellow. And with the governor's news of June 15th, why are we still at a 50% number? And I say that before, I want to just add one other detail to that. Other community colleges and our higher ed partners geographically around us are much higher. So, whether it's Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Cal State Channel Islands, CLU, and keep in mind, these organizations have student housing to deal with as well, which we don't. So I'm just perplexed because, I know Dr. Sokanu, you mentioned that students have been part of the conversation and I'm sure they've been part of the conversation in all 3 colleges. But as trustees, we did receive a resolution from, Associated Students of Moore Park College on a 10-0 vote with a very strong position to return to in-class instruction. So I guess I'm just asking, is everything's changing in the positive direction, but we're still at a 50% number. And in some case, I just heard President Hoffman's mention a 30 to 40% in-class number. So I guess I said it months ago and I'll say it again. I'm just worried that everyone around us is back and we're back at a lower than 50% number. So that's my long question. I apologize it's so long, but there it is.
And it is a fair question, Trustee Chancellor. It's a very fair question. At our recent regional CEO conversation, we polled the CEOs in our area. And I think Alan Hancock was the only one that was aimed at really coming back to campus fully. Everybody else in our area, community colleges, were either looking at close to 50% or just around at 50%. And I think for most of us, the concern is that we are still having to abide by the 6-foot distancing rule that's been established by Cal OSHA. So given that context, and given the fact that we have space limitations, we have to be prudent as we make the decision as to how many students we bring back, how much we are able to accommodate those students in a safe manner. Having said that, I think what you will probably keep hearing from us is that we have saying up to 50%, and if things change, we shall of course reevaluate the situation and accommodate that and try and meet the needs of our students. And I saw the same resolution that you did from the Moorpark College ASMC. Yes, they want to bring more students back on campus. They're very clear about that. But we also have the challenge that we want to make sure that we also have enough faculty to teach those classes. We also want to make sure that we're meeting that 6-foot distancing guideline. So we have to be as prudent as we can be while we're trying to be innovative. So the reason why we're looking at these outdoor spaces is because we're looking at ways in which we can offer more sections in that kind of a dynamic environment.
It's hard to add much to what President Sokunu has said, although I want to start off by just indicating that I'm sympathetic to your question, Chair Chancellor. I would just as soon get us all back on campus delivering in-person classes the way we used to. And I do think that the severity of the consequence of not doing so is felt at the student level, both in enrollments, which is access, and in student success. When we set the target, of course, circumstances were different. We had to set a schedule, and so that schedule contemplated some of the limitations that Dr. Sokunu spoke to. And as you know, the history at Oxnard College was when we tried to get back to a 50% target just on voluntary efforts. There was sort of an uprising around that. We didn't have enough volunteers to build a schedule just on a voluntary basis. So there would be some challenges with employee readiness to return to campus. But having said that, I'm sympathetic to the question. I hope that conditions do change. I hope that the direction that the vaccine can go in and the direction of our ability to require, for example, evidence of vaccination for everybody that's back on campus will point us in that right direction. So this is another bad answer to your question, but I'm sympathetic with the direction of the question.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Trustee Torres.
I just wanted, this is a question more for the board as we're going to move forward tonight with the diversity, equity, and inclusivity resolution. So we have never been in a pandemic, I think, for any of us, at least during our lifetime. So given said that, knowing that we're in a crisis, typically, traditionally, when we set up a schedule, it's in a traditional year, and we look at when we look at systemic barriers, it's what we have in place within our district that causes a barrier. So when I'm listening, and we knew this beforehand, the barrier is that a schedule needed to be set. We need to abide by a schedule, but that's true in a traditional year. But knowing that we had a pandemic, we can look at those systems of what can we do given these circumstances to allow more students to come in, because we have the research, the studies that we're seeing nationwide. There's a learning loss. We're having our students say to us, we need to be on campus, we need to learn. As a community college, we recognize the students we serve. At the university, our students that are at a different level, and so perhaps they're able to be more virtual. But at a community college, just like we serve in the K-12 institution, we know as educators, when we made a decision to teach at a community college and to serve the students that we're teaching. And so we know that our students need us to be back in person as safe as possible. But what I'm listening to, and there's many, in terms of the CDC guidelines, the CDC guidelines is going as far as perhaps 3 feet apart. So it's consistently changing. So I say this because these are the barriers we're talking about in terms of equity. And as we move forward, is what is it that we have? Is it something in place that we have in our institution that's allowing us not to be able to go higher? Because we will always find reasons, but now it's for us to be that leadership to say, okay, given the circumstances, there's a pandemic, what can we do to increase that number? Now, this conversation we had before, and so I would imagine that we're thinking about, okay, should it move to tier orange and hopefully yellow by the fall? Are we able to go in this direction? And I don't have an answer, but I am looking for us to be able to start looking more closely into what do we have in place? Is it something policy? And that's to my fellow board members. Is it something, where is it that we need to start then advocating for a schedule? Because what I'm hearing is a schedule, the barrier. It's a schedule because it wasn't in the books, that's the barrier for our students not be able to come to campus. So this is not a system, this is not because of the pandemic. It's a barrier. Why? Because what we're seeing in terms of availability, in terms of health-wise, we're now in an orange tier with the hope that we'll go to the yellow tier. We have our K-12s that they're opening. They're open all around us. So all of our partners are looking into their own systems and they're removing if there's an inequity, and all of the students are able, the majority are able to come in person if they so choose to. Why is it that as a community college, we are the only ones that are setting, again, a limit? And that's what I invite us to see as a board, those systemic barriers. Those are the systemic inequities. When we talk about anti-racism, when we talk about zip codes in Oxnard, Moore Park, Ventura, anywhere, this is a conversation. So the invitation is to my fellow colleagues is to look within what we have in place, if that is a barrier. Because right now, it is not the pandemic. It is not, it's really the schedule. It already went out. It was a 50%. It's really hard to bring in more people, more students, because there's a schedule of classes, there's faculty that already are set in place. And so as we're moving forward, the invitation is for us to really start looking more closely into those things, because we're about to pass a resolution, perhaps, I don't know the outcome, but yet what does it mean in terms of actions? Resolutions are very easy to pass in terms of the spirit. The spirit of the resolution is to look at the systemic inequities. We all believe in social justice. We all believe in these things, but then how does it look like into our institutions, and what do we do? And it comes, if it's us as a board, then I think we need to look at it more closely so we're able to start removing some of those potential barriers that are there, because I think the way this conversation is going to continue to go is simply, again, systems, policies, and other things that don't necessarily have to do with our students. So I just wanted to share this because I want our students to recognize they have a voice. And if we have an associated student government that says this is a resolution, that there's going to be something that's going to be acted upon. So just an invitation for us as a board as we're moving forward.
Hey, I want to respond to that in one way. And I think, I think it's interesting that as a board, we closed our campuses without board approval. And now we have a reopening plan from the beginning to end without any board approval, because we have constituent groups out there and we have not been afforded an opportunity to give input. And when you talk about these barriers and asking questions that why can one higher ed education organization reopen at 75% or at 100%, geographically speaking, 10 miles or less away? I think those are valid questions. And, I'm not comfortable with looking at a plan when it's already in place and getting updated on it, because I don't think that's why we were elected into office. I think it was to provide input and to fight for students. And that's how I interpret part of what Trustee Torres just said. And I've been feeling that from the beginning of this. So it's going to be tough. And I think about it even on a deeper level or more detailed level. Think about, we heard a report today about our dual enrollment students. Think about if you're, a student of Ventura Unified or Moore Park High School, and you're fully back and you're supposed to take some courses part-time at your high school, and then you're supposed to take some courses at the college. And one public institution says, at this campus, you're full-time back in person, but at this campus, you're not, you're online. So I'm just confused on this. And I'm also confused on the lack of flexibility. If we have at Oxnard College, for example, 30 math sections, what's stopping those sections? What's stopping leadership from those, basically transferring those sections into in-person? And I don't understand why in fall we're still at a voluntary basis on if you're back in person or not. If we're back and the governor has said that, we're completely open, I don't know why we're still on a voluntary basis on that. So those are some questions I still have.
And if I could add in before Kim goes real quick, but I do want, President Hoffman's to comment as well. You saw in my comments at the beginning that we're planning to have employees back at work in August, and we're transitioning to that point through the summer. Now, again, it's one thing to have the CDC guidelines. It's another for Cal OSHA to change their standard that they have around infectious diseases. And until they change their standard, which is an actual law that we have to follow to where it no longer requires that 6 feet, then that's what we have to plan around. If that does go away, it makes it easier for the colleges to be implementing their in-person. Right now, however, we'd still be needing to plan to do the screening. We don't have cohorts of students who can stay in the same classroom all day or most of the day, which is why using outdoors, or we have to allow time in between classes for the cleaning to occur. So we're working within the current protocols and setting these schedules, but we do want to have flexibility to be able to offer more in-person as we can. And with regards to what other institutions are doing, when we met with President Yao at CSUCI, I met with him with the other presidents, they're going to bring back residents, but at a reduced capacity there in their residence halls. And they still are planning to have majority of their classes online or hybrid. They're not going to be having just full open in-person instruction again with everybody back in their classrooms. They're going to be operating at levels like we are. Dr. Sokanu mentioned the meeting with, I think there were over 50 CEOs where we were all sharing our fall reopening plans. And the majority are in this 20 to 30%, followed by 50%. There's very few that are completely reopening. Some are staying just as they are now. The latest information from the state chancellor, again, communicated out to everyone that community colleges will be increasing the number of students on campus. However, a lot of it will still be occurring in the hybrid format. So I don't think that we're out of line with others, and I'd like us to be aggressive with regards to the reopening and bringing more in-person in. And I think that's what each of the colleges are working to do. But I don't know about this statement where it's voluntary for employees to come back to work. That's not what it is. Right now, we're not causing a big change. But again, by August, as everything's developing as it is, we expect all employees to be back to work. However, on the instruction side, a lot of that will still be continuing in an online format with the hybrid classes, with a lot of, with some in-person as well. But it'll make it much easier to transition to full reopening status if the guidelines lessen up. And I'd like to be able to say they'd be gone by August, but we don't know that for sure.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I know Dr. Hoffman's and you want to go, but by hybrid, is hybrid sometimes going to mean that some of the students are in the classroom and some of them are at home and it's the same faculty teaching, so that that's an opportunity for the students to choose whether they're on campus or not? Or even a hybrid where it's a big screen in the front and it's faculty teaching, but students are in class with other students. Is that a hybrid way that we're considering? We use hybrid, we throw that word around, and I don't really know what it defines fully.
That's a good question, if you want me to start with that. Yes, typically we're referring to a class that has part of their students who are at home and maybe they switch and a part of them online, especially with the requirement now with OSHA still having the 6-foot social distancing. We have a lot of our classrooms that will have limited capacity just due to that. And so by having part of the class, in person part of the time, and then the remainder of the class, online, and then swapping, then they can all get the opportunity to be in person. But there are some students that are electing to completely take the class online, and that's being accommodated as well. So a couple of things I just wanted to bring to your attention is the schedule. We actually delayed it a month. We typically have students enrolling in March. So that gave us the opportunity to wait and turn it in. That doesn't mean planning wasn't going on till February. And then it takes time for our data techs to put it in our system, and it needs to be posted 30 days prior to our special enrollment. So that was in like mid-March. So you can see a lot has happened since February when we turned in our schedule to being where we are today. I mean, we've gone from purple to now we're in, yellow, orange, and probably going to yellow before the school starts. So I think that a lot of the strategies you'll hear from the colleges is that some of our classes that start in October, or the majority of our classes that start later in the semester, will be online. But I'll tell you, we've surveyed the faculty, the staff, our students, and there's still a great fear. We have some employees that have not stepped foot on our campus for over a year now. And so one of the things we're really trying to do is communicate and let them know what we're doing. That's why we're sending out a lot of information, that we're having these individual communication with departments and people so that they're included in the planning so they will feel safe. But there is a real fear, because you've got to remember, we've only had the opportunity as higher education employees to be vaccinated within the last month, or a little over a month. So, people, there's a real fear. We've done so well in protecting our community that we want to continue that. And one of the things I do like is this phase in, because it's an opportunity for us to make mistakes and correct them before we get the whole entire campus back at one time. That will be a logistical challenge for all of us, especially because we're required and we want to keep everyone safe, or as safe as we can, right?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm struggling to come to words here. I don't want to discount that there are logistical challenges with reopening, and I don't want to discount that there are fears. On the other hand, I still just, if we are in yellow tier in a short period of time, and by the fall the state is reopened, I don't know why we're still going to be less than 50%. I just don't. I don't know why we don't have the flexibility or parameters, or as Trustee Torres, discussed it, placing these own limitations on ourselves or barriers on ourselves to transition even more. And I get that the schedule's out, But if a class is, at this point in time, we're planning for it to be online, I don't know what's the barrier to stop and say, nope, it's going to be in person. And the struggle with this is I would feel much more comfortable if I had a vote, because it would be a hard no on this reopening plan, a very hard no. But I don't even have that to voice my concern with this reopening plan, which is really confusing to me, because I think the voice of our community and our students is being left out in this circumstance. And I don't think I don't think any of us on the board are going to face a bigger decision, which was to close our campuses and now reopen them. And yet we as trustees don't have a voice in that. So it's really confusing to me. So Trustee Torres, I saw that you unmuted yourself.
And this is a question to the board, and maybe Trustee Vice Chair McKay might be able to assist with this. The fact that we're not being able, as you asked about a vote regarding the reopening, is that because we have a policy put in place that this can happen? Because if that's the case, then it's something that we need to rectify within our policies. Is that why this is something that wouldn't come to us? Because in our policy, we have given authority. Would this fall under the authority of the chancellor to act? Where does this fall? And because I think that would help us understand a little bit more, because I think what you're saying, Trustee Chancellor, is a very valid, but as long as perhaps we have a policy that allows for this to happen, it will continue. And so when perhaps it's something we need to look at. So I don't know, maybe Vice Chair McKay would know a little bit more and say that this is a policy that we might have in place, or maybe there isn't language, because you bring in a very good point of having really board input in something like this. Where do we come in, and is it something that we have in place that it's not allowing us to do so? So I don't.
Well, it is within the delegated authority of the chancellor. And that's just kind of ed code in how it works, is that it's a lay board, and then we delegate the operations of the district to the chancellor. Like you, I would hope, I kind of think that, I don't know for sure, I don't have a crystal ball, but I kind of think that it's going to be 3 feet, that the 6-foot rule is going to be relaxed. It's not right now. But I would think if there are hybrid classes, as I asked, if it does get relaxed, then more students should be able to come back to campus. The cleaning thing presents some issues, and so maybe we need to look at resources to provide for the colleges so that they can clean up after more students more quickly. But those are things I think we should be talking about, instead of just putting a hard and fast no. I want our employees to be safe. I want our students to be safe. But I want our students to continue to come to school. And I'm really worried about the year and the lack of education that our students have talked to us about, and the 11% of students that just didn't come back, and how are we going to get them to come back and re-engage in their education. And I've spent some time with college students and high school students over last week when I was away at my family memorial, and they just feel like they were robbed of a year of school. And I don't want to see them lose another year of school if there's any possible way that we can do anything about it. And that's what I think we need to continue to remain open to. And so I think when we hear it can't be done because the schedule has been, that's not a really good thing to hear. What I understand is there's going to be challenges and how are we going to meet those challenges and keep people safe, act responsibly, but provide what our students are asking us for. And I trust our staff to talk to us, but I just want to know that people are thinking about a way to pivot if it's possible.
I'm going to put Trustee Gonzalez on the spot, and it's okay if you're a hard pass on comments, but I've seen your head nod, and I think the student voice here is critical. So
yeah, just to piggyback on Trustee McKay, I do think that we could also act responsibly and increase the amount of students that we are allowed to have on campus. I think we need to remember the impact of when we closed, all the students that we did lose, the A's and B students that are now suffering in their grades due to this pandemic, and them feeling like they're not getting the quality of learning while everything is virtual, not really understanding certain subjects. And this is exactly what we were learning about at our EOPS Wellness Check-in. Students are having a lot more difficulty and encouragement when they're taking these science classes, statistics classes, or even just taking a basic class and not feeling like they're getting the quality of the learning that they would be in person. And then you have a school, one of our sister campuses, Moore Park, that put into a resolution that our students want to be on campus. That's loud to me. To pass a resolution, that's just saying, that's a lot of the answers, that we should have the opportunity to have way more than 50% of our students on campus if that's what they're asking for. And and I think that there is a way that we could all stay safe, and we could all be responsible with having to clean things up and all work together for the needs of our students, and being able to adapt from us living in fear to living in what we need to do for our community and our students. So that's what I have to say.
Yeah, Ashley, thanks for stating that. And I appreciate all the comments that, received from the trustees as well as the presidents. And I know from myself, the presidents here, and so many folks at the colleges, I wish we could all be stating, yeah, we're just going to go back to our regular schedule, and that's what we're going to put down and be ready to open normally in the fall. However, that wouldn't be responsible on our part to do that right now, because we'd be setting up some huge expectations there that would be difficult to shift from. And we're going through something that we never have before. And I think that there's some good rationale for having a transmission or a transition semester as we move towards getting back to normal. I mean, we also have to work all of this through with AFT and SEIU as well, as we have through the pandemic. I mean, they're closely monitoring all that we're doing to make sure that the working conditions that the employees will be going back into will be safe. I mean, I'm like you, I hope that all the conditions change by fall. And I think each of the presidents said they have plans to be able to increase the number of in-person as we head towards there. And, I'm really hoping we don't have to go back to converting what we have in person to online. I think that's highly unlikely. I think it's more likely we'll be increasing to more in person. But no, all of us here would like to be able to say, yeah, we're just going to be fully reopened. Let's just do it. But that's not, I think, a feasible thing for us to be doing right now. And I think that we're approaching it in a way that's going to bring people back to work in a safe way, students in a safe way. And Ashley, what we'll do is our goal all along has been to focus on student support services, student instruction, and each one of us want to bring as many classes back as we can, and working within our scheduling system and with our employees to do that, because we know we've lost students. We know that some students haven't been successful in the online format. So we don't serve our community as well as we want to in this current mode of operations, and we need to get back. And I think we're doing that in a thoughtful way. I mean, when Trustee Chancellor, you're mentioning you don't know how we got here or how these decisions being made. There's meetings every week at the colleges on this topic. There's meetings every week with the cabinet members on this topic. It's by far the thing we're talking about the most. hurts us deeply that we've lost students, and we want to gain those back. And that's a priority as well. So we're all wanting the same thing. And again, I'm sorry for any frustration around it or unclarity. I think we really worked hard to try to share the rationale for what we have been doing. And I can understand if you don't agree with it.
I guess I gotta ask everyone a different question. The one thing I know that there's a lot of resources for student mental health, and I think that there's going to be a lot, we're going to have to sink some resources into student mental health. There are going to be students, I think, that are going to be afraid to come back as much as they want to. To Dr. Hoffman's point, people haven't stepped on campus. Some people haven't, gone very far from home. I don't know what it's been like at K-12, with the, how based on age, how the students are afraid or not. But I didn't, in the reopening plan, I just didn't know, are we going to be off, kind of any kind of encouragement, we have a hybrid class, for example, and it does go to, the 6 foot guideline goes, gets relaxed. We're going to want to encourage students to come back, especially if they're just afraid. And so that's all it was just the one piece I didn't hear. And I know you guys are working on mental health, and none of us can think about the pandemic without thinking about the mental health of our students and even our employees. So I don't know if I missed it, but how that is going to be presented to students that are afraid to come back, so that they're not afraid to continue with their education.
May I respond to Trustee McKay's comments? Part of our work as college leadership is to make sure that we communicate to students that they will be coming back to a safe campus. And part of being in a safe campus is providing them that opportunity to engage in some of the same activities that they did prior to the close of campus. So I know one of the conversations we're having at Moorpark College is, how do we schedule for that time between classes? Because we know we'll need about 15 to 30 minutes for cleaning. We know that our students will not be in classes hour after hour, that there's gaps. So one of the things we've talked about is promoting coming back to campus and having cultural gathering spots, having places where they can gather, where they can have quiet and silent reading, and it's outdoor or it's covered shaded space. So we've taken the map of the college and we've circled all the area. I know people have circled all the areas where students can gather, and so that there's safe gathering spots. We've also talked about using the solar panel parking area and have little little cohorts of seats set up so that students can then have their lunch there. And we can have music playing from our DJ program or from our music students, or have folks reading poetry, giving the opportunity to create an environment that students feel that not only are they back to campus to study, but they're back to campus to some degree of socializing. So part of the message we're going to be sending out to students is, we're open. We've always been open. I think we want to keep reiterating to our community that we did not close. Moorpark College did not close, Ventura College did not close, and Oxnard College did not close. We're open. And that we're now extending the capacity for our community to enjoy and our students to do the work of learning. So yes, we will provide more mental health support for our students. We're providing more course embedded tutors for our students. And we're creating these spaces where students can gather safely. That's what our students want. When I sat down with the ASMC president last week and explained to him the things we were trying to do so that coming back to campus is safe and that it's appealing for students, he was happy with that. He said, okay, fine, we can do this. Students want to come back, we know that, but students also want to come back to a safe environment, and we want to make sure we ensure that. Our goals and yours are exactly the same. It's the way we get there.
Thank you for that. I agree. I think our goals are the same. I just think that when so much has changed in the positive in the last month in regards to conditions, yet our colleges, and that 50%, up to 50%, because it's not even 50%, up to 50% has not changed. And our fall plans, from what I've seen and heard, really have not changed. And I'm still confused on that. Since there is no vote on this, it's difficult to kind of, but I want to make sure all trustees had a chance to give input. And I just want to echo, because I heard loud and clear from Chancellor Gillespie that there are challenges, and I agree. The challenges they're huge. But I think it's an opportunity for solutions, and creativity to meet those challenges, and to provide what our community and our students desperately need. I would say now more than ever, because we have been more or less, the majority, 90% closed, and I get that the colleges have been open to a limited extent, but so I don't know if Trustee Mantooth, Trustee Perez, or Trustee Gonzalez, please.
I have a question. So we are going to be doing some hybrid courses, and since our numbers are looking better, we're going into different color. Will students have the opportunities to say it's a hybrid course and they have some that are staying home online, but some are inside classes? Will they have the opportunity for us to expand the in-person classes? So we have more students that do attend, that are starting to feel safe to be on campus for what we are providing for the students that are there. Will they have the opportunity from being able to be at home in that course versus being able to attend school itself, to expand the size amount of the in-person classes? I don't know if I make sense.
Chair, Chancellor, do you want me to try and so I think that Trustee McKay kind of really illustrated this point. If the OSHA guidelines decrease where we can have 3-foot distancing, that will allow our classes that do have that in-person component to bring more students face to face. And it's one of the challenging things with pivoting is once we publish the schedule, it's like a promise that we make to the students. So, we had no choice last spring to move all the classes online because there was no way to protect students otherwise. But this fall, students have signed up for a class and they've deliberately chosen either an in-person or a hybrid or an online class. And so for us to take an online class and change it when that's not what they've signed up for, that's where the challenges are. So I think our opportunity is in the additional courses that we open up moving into the semester. That's where we can have more of our face-to-face or in-person classes. Does that answer your question, Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes, it does. And I was just saying, because we are providing a lot more mental health resources, and I'm sure, for some students, it's not going to take a full semester to start feeling safer on campus or wanting to go back to campus, because it is iffy, we're going back to in person, but sometimes we need to be in that environment to start to feel comfortable. So that's just something that I'm looking at. Well, yes, we're trying to give the opportunity for students to have a choice to do online, hybrid, or in person, but are we stopping those that do eventually want to not be on the online and to allow them to enter into the in-person classes? That's just something that I want to make sure that there's no barrier for our students.
In terms of the example that Trustee Gonzalez presented, well, let's think of it as 3 different types of approaches. So there's a hybrid, which is, you have a class that meets so many times on ground and then so many times online. Then you have the high flex, which is the one where you have, 20 of the 30 students on ground and the other 10 online and vice versa. And you have fully online and then you have fully on ground. With a class that's a high flex course, it has the potential to bring more students back when the risk level dissipates, right? So the example that you give, that's one where, if the class had 10 students on ground initially, and then the class was registered, has 40 students registered or 35 students registered, we can bring more students back, right? as people feel comfortable. So the high flex approach would allow for that. The hybrid approach could also allow for that. You know, that's obviously something that we work with the faculty around and work with students around. But so I think there are so many opportunities for innovation. One of the great things from this experience is that we're learning that the ways in which the traditional semester that we've always sort of promoted is in itself very false, and that we can move that semester around and we can create accelerated emotions, elements of that, or we can create sections where the class is bilocated. And I think that's probably a part of our response to this dilemma. How do we work with those so that we can be more innovative?
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
So if I'm following the schedule, let's say I'm a student and I want to attend the college, and at certain points I didn't feel comfortable, so I chose the online because I just didn't feel comfortable being yet on campus. But now with the vaccine available, I decide to take the vaccine shots. I now start interacting a little bit more with friends and family because I'm fully vaccinated. So are my friends, so is my family. The summer comes along, it's June 15th, everything's reopening. And so now I start college August. And so I no longer want to take my online class. I actually want to go in person because I've had this time to transition and to feel comfortable. So that potential fear that I had at first is no longer there, because as a state and as a country, but I'm going to speak as a state in Ventura County, everybody's been vaccinated. We've reopened. I feel comfortable because I've already transitioned into the most normalcy that I can. Now I want to come back to my college and I want to take it in person. But I'm not going to be able to until January of 2022, because the way the schedule is set as it stands, no revisions can be made. It could if I chose a hybrid model, but when I chose a hybrid model, I wasn't comfortable going, to the campus. When I chose the other model, I didn't think it would work. So I wanted to go online because I had fear, but that fear is no longer there. But now comes August, and I'm no longer scared because everything has changed now for the state. And so I'm ready to go in person, but I chose online because at that moment when I made that decision, that's where I was, purple tier. But now, God willing, we might be at a yellow tier. Now I'm stuck. And so now I realize I'm not thriving in this online. It's really hard. I'm struggling because I really need to be meeting with my professor. I don't want to do this. Now I have to wait until January. Now I just decided beforehand, I'm just going to drop my class. That's the concern. And that's when we start thinking forward for our students, that it's not the pandemic. So if we look at it, it's not the pandemic, the barrier. It's no longer COVID. It's our system. And when I start talking about equity, it is no longer COVID. It's the equity piece. What do we look in order to change it? Because of the pandemic, we're not moving traditionally. So yes, traditionally we have these things in place, but because there's a pandemic, we should have language in many different directions to allow us to have that flexibility. And when Trustee Chancellor was talking about the innovation, the creativity, is because of a pandemic, the typical rules and policies and boundaries and regulations, this is the exception that we can maneuver and use. We can look at education code, whatever law we're looking at. Because of the pandemic, things have changed. It's not the same as it typically does. And that's where we're looking in terms of looking within what are the regulations, but there's always a way because of this circumstance that we can do things differently. And the concern is that the students are not coming back, not because of a pandemic, because things can change. And as trustees, for us is seeing what can we do to allow those students, if they want to come back. We have courses. You wanted the in-person, things are better. Welcome back. You're not dropping out. Welcome back. Come back home. We have classes for you. It's a safe environment. We anticipated for this. This is how it would look like if we were still in a purple tier, but God willing, we're now in a better place. We got you. Come over here. Come home. We don't have that. And so we don't want to lose any more students because we lost so much. Yes, we all feel the pain. We're all empathetic. It hurts us, but that's not enough. It's more about, okay, I planned for that too. I also planned, it hurts me, and this is what I did because I was planning this would happen. And that's the piece where we're coming from is what do we do? because and that's where it's the hard work, because it's like, okay, it's never been done before, but okay, let's have something ready so we don't lose any more students. And this could potentially be something that can still go back and maybe have more conversations, because it's something that's changing. And you know, we recognize when the reopening plan started, we were in a purple tier, but now perhaps there's other educators as well, leadership also looking into, okay, this is happening, so how do we move around it and what do we do? And I know our faculty and our classified staff love our students very much, and I'm very confident that coming together, having a dialogue in terms of being able to serve our students, particularly because I have heard the academic senate take a stand on social justice resolutions and equity, diversity, and inclusivity, because I'm hearing this coming from the different places. My belief, that's why I can stand strong and say I'm confident that the dialogue among all of the different stakeholders that provide education to our students will be one that if we have our PPE things in place, everything, our processes, it's a better tier for safety. We can have classes that are for our students. And I think it's more having that dialogue, and students will feel much safer once they come on campus. And I can tell you from experience myself, even the faculty that they haven't been here or staff for a whole year, once they're back on campus, they do a walkthrough, they get to see everything that's in place, protocols, PPE, the ventilation system, purifiers, everything that makes it safe, including the students, it gets better. But it's not until they're on campus, absolutely. You imagine all of these different things, but once they're there and everything's in place, everyone's going to be so happy to see students. And that's what we've seen at the K-12s. I know it's a lot of work, but once everyone's on campus and everything's in place, it's so uplifting. So the invitation really is to maybe look to see what can be done, what is the dialogue, and you'll probably have more opportunities among your colleagues, knowing, okay, this is what it looks like. The governor just said this. We planned this schedule. What do we do now to accommodate for our students? And you know, you're in those conversations. I'm not. You know, you're as presidents and as leadership. You know more the dialogue best, and as we know it better as board of trustees and what we're doing. And I think for us as a board, my invitation is to know what can we do to support, and in terms of if there's anything that we have even within our policies that are the barriers, to start looking at those things, because that's how the equity looks. But I know it's a conversation that has so many pieces to it, and you know, there's not an answer at this moment, but hopefully there could be more that we can look together, and we can do our work as trustees and see what's happening at that level. And we'd love to hear also what's happening within your dialogue at the president's, chancellor's level, that leadership, because it's a lot of hard work. So we do want you to know that we recognize everything that you're doing and everything that you've put in place, and you're also working within the parameters that you have. And so hopefully there's something we can do based on these circumstances that we can have a little bit more of that flexibility.
Okay. Just want to make sure all trustees had an opportunity. Trustee Mantooth or Trustee Perez, if you had any comments on the reopening plan as it stands now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chancellor. Appreciate that very much. I think this is great dialogue. I think these are good questions to ask. You know, and it reminds me of, you know, when the pandemic came upon us, and it may be a bad analogy, you walk into a room of your house in the dark, and all of a sudden you found that all the furniture's been rearranged. And you've got to be very careful how you walk, because you could injure yourself. We're still to a certain extent dealing with that, although we're understanding the landscape better. And I think education in general, whether it be K-12 or higher ed, has done a remarkable job of pivoting within 1 year. 1 year in many respects is a relatively brief period of time, particularly because of how much ratcheting up we have done in terms of alternate delivery systems. I want to place my confidence in very dedicated, intelligent, you know, committed people like our college presidents and our chancellor to keep working on this. What I've heard Chancellor Gillespie say is we want to build in flexibility as events change, and they change quickly, and we are seeing that right now. And they may overtake us to such an extent that we will be able to do a lot more. there's a huge disparity between a 3-foot and a 6-foot distancing rule at any level of education. And I would think that we can pivot and make more things available to kids and young adults if those things change. But I would say about this 50% number, I really like to think of it more of as a floor and not a ceiling. You might start out with scheduling with it as a hard line, but if there is flexibility, and we've got several months between now and then, there are doubtless things that can be done. And President Sokanu talking about the open spaces and things which we will be able to do to accommodate larger groups of people. Also want to make a comment about Vice Chair McKay's concern about reentry and sometimes the fear of that reentry. It reminds me of people's fear of getting vaccinated and how we're beginning to overcome that just by reassurance and word of mouth and constant reinforcement dialogue about how this is a better way to go. And then finally, not finally, but my understanding, Chair Chancellor, is this will be a standing item at each of our meetings as we move forward, so that we will be able to follow operationally what is being done and how pivots are made. But the last thing I wanted to say is, ironically, if we did not have a pandemic, we might very well be sitting here 1/5 of the way into the 21st century debating how are we going to get more students to take online classes. Because that's the future, or what we saw as the future of pedagogy, particularly in higher education.
Thank you for those comments. No, I appreciate that. I do have a clarifying question for the district on that, on one of Trustee Mantooth's comments, and that was the 50% floor. Do we have the capacity at the 3 colleges of just that, of expanding beyond the 50%? Or is our scheduling so rigid that in fall 2021, we have a barrier that we cannot move beyond 50%?
So I'll let the college presidents respond to that. I mean, all along, we've communicated that this has been, a target to reach. And we've always stated from the beginning, we want to serve as many in person as we can. So no, it's not a hard target. There's flexibility around it. The colleges started off being at 20%. Oxnard was at 15 until they went and adjusted the schedule to have each full-time instructor teaching an in-person class this fall, or a class with an in-person. So they've been doing the work to reach that amount, and they have the flexibility to go as high as they want.
We're certainly able to add classes in a partial answer to Chair Chancellor's question. And you've already heard that there's going to be some people call late start, others call fast track classes as well, and that will change the number some. But I don't want to be disingenuous, and I want to make sure it's clear that there's a political will issue here, that we can absolutely change the percentage of classes that are in person, but by compulsory assignments. It won't happen on a voluntary assignment in the short term. It only happened at Oxnard College when we started requiring our full-time faculty to teach a portion of one class in person. And if we change that to increase it, you would just need to be able to withstand the political pressure that I can guarantee you're going to feel. But it is possible to do. It's hard to do because of the schedule, because students have vested expectations, and our faculty also have vested expectations in the schedule that we've developed, but it's not impossible to increase it.
Well, I appreciate that honesty, or reality of, it's a better way of phrasing it, reality of it. And, Chancellor Gillespie mentioned something earlier. If the governor reopens the state and we're in a yellow, or even, I don't know what color is after yellow, in a positive direction, do we even do we even need to negotiate a reopening? I mean, do we have the capacity to say we're open and this is your assignment, teaching assignment? Because I can tell you that certainly is happening, and I just know this side of it in the K-12 environment in fall, that this is not open for negotiations in many districts. From what I've heard, it's hey, we're reopened and this is your teaching assignment.
Well, I do think as a matter of law, we have that right of assignment. I very rarely do I lead by coercion, only when it's necessary. It's not a good way to lead. It's much better to lead by persuasion and influence. But if push came to shove, and if we needed to increase our in-person classes for the benefit of students, and I think we've heard loud and clear, and we know loud and clear what's at stake with students, we could. You would just have to be prepared for the pushback that you're absolutely going to get.
Well, and I think the other thing to keep in mind is that if we knew now that we wouldn't have to do social distancing, we wouldn't have to do pre-screening, we won't have to do any contact tracing. If all of those things aren't happening in the fall, then to answer your question, yeah, we just have employees go back to work and things are normal and there's nothing to work out with the unions. But if we would right now, is what Oxnard College did, change people's schedules and just assign them to be teaching in person, then again, the concern will be, well, here's all these conditions. How are you going to make sure that I'm safe in the fall and prove to us that you're meeting them? And I want to have those conditions eased up before we're making it compulsory to just say everybody's back, because ultimately it's also our responsibility to make sure we are following whatever regulations we need to be following until we're told we don't have to anymore.
Okay, and I think maybe that's where the differentiation is between other higher ed organizations, is they're finding success in doing both, right? Like meeting the safety regulations, or making sure those institutions are safe, and also reopening at a higher level. And I'd like to believe that that's something that we can achieve. I know we have a July deadline to ensure safety conditions for our employees, but I'm as a classroom teacher, I'm right there, concerned myself about working conditions, but also at the same time hearing loud and clear what those are and feeling comfortable about it. So
yeah,
okay.
No, thanks for that. And I think that as we continue to work on that adjustments will continue to be made, and we'll continue to give updates, each month with it. And, we know that all of us are interested in bringing as many students back to campus as we have. And I'd really like the board to understand that what the colleges are doing and preparing for fall is a huge lift for them compared to where we are right now. I mean, it's huge, especially in light of, we don't even know if we're going to have to be doing the pre-screening or not, but they're going to be hiring custodians, getting more people to help with screening. We hope that the conditions change so we don't have to do all of that to make it much easier. But it's a huge lift everybody's making to serve the students that we're planning to serve in person for the fall so far, and we hope we can expand that.
Well, thank you. And I've gotten numerous messages for a request for a break. So unless there's another important comment, but I would like to say thank you to our college presidents, Chancellor, Trustee Gonzalez, and all our trustees. And I'll end with, I don't think there's maybe a bigger decision that we've been asked to give input on than the closing and reopening. I mean, it is it's the lifeblood of our colleges, right? And so we did invest some time in this conversation, and there's some passionate viewpoints. And as Trustee Mantooth said, I think they're great questions. I agree. So with that, we are at, let's see here, 9:09. There's got to be some luck there. So let's come back at, if it's okay, 9:15. And if you need more time, of course, take it, but we'll see you all at 9:15. Okay. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Looks like we're back. Okay. All right. So we finished the reopening plan. Which brings us to, I think we skipped a few items, so we might need to go back. All right. I'm looking at the small screen. Chancellor Gillespie, do you know where we left off and where we need to go? I'm trying to.
Yes, we're at 8:01. This is the action to cast votes for the Triple CT board candidates.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. And if it's okay, I might hand it off to Vice Chair McKay on this one, just with her experience in running this process and kind of getting some nominations or votes and some input from the board.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. This is the Triple CT board, and they work it's the league's basically trustee board that gives recommendations to the league on initiatives and goals for the league, and they also are primary advocacy. The league is our primary advocacy group, and so they do have input on what we advocate for. It's an unusual year that we would be, not that there are this many empty seats. We did nominate Bernardo Perez from our own board, so naturally I would be recommending a vote for him. The California Association of Latino Community College Trustees and Administrators, they sent out a list of their 7 recommendations. I looked at those and I really could see no reason not to follow that list. I mean, there's some other good people on this list that, you know, Michelle Jenkins, for example, that from College of the Canyons, that has been on ACES with me and been on the Triple CT board, served really a long time. But I think that what they've done with the 7 that they chose, where they did a pretty good job of separating out geographically around rural colleges, urban colleges, multi-college districts, single college districts, small, you know, they just did a good job of that. And so I will present, just for your consideration, Yvette Davis from Glendale Community College District, Bernardo Perez, as I already said, Greg Pensa, he is the one incumbent from Allen Hancock Community College District, Barbara Calhoun from Compton Community College District. And I'll just throw in a shout out for Compton that they haven't been reaccredited that long. So getting someone on the Triple CT board would be a nice thing for them. Nan Gomez Heitzelberg, normally someone who is so new to the system, but she has jumped in. She's on the Women's Caucus. She's on the Latino Caucus. She's just a doer, a go-getter, really understands the mission really incredibly well. I've enjoyed working with her. And then Margaret Fishman from Sonoma County Junior College District. They are still called that. And then Deborah Akeda from State Center Community College District. She has worked really hard in many areas of our system. So those would be my recommendations of the 18 that we presented. Certainly there are reasons for some of the other ones. If any fellow trustees have reasons to support anyone other than those were just the recommendations that I brought forth.
Chair McKay, would you consider making your recommendation a motion?
I certainly would. I move that we cast our votes for Yvette Davis, Bernardo Perez, Gregory Pensa, Barbara Calhoun, Nan Gomez Heitzelberg, Barbara Fishman, and Deborah Akeda.
I will second that.
Chair Chancellor?
Yes, Trustee Perez.
Not to prolong debate here or discussion, but those are the same names that I had. I've been fortunate to work with several of these through the DEI activities. And I think that's a great recommendation for Barbara Calhoun from Compton, because as I think we all know, Compton is a leading example in that DEI effort, which is a state initiative at this point. So I concur with the motion and the second.
Chair.
Trustee Torres.
I'm in agreement. I don't know any of them. Say Bernardo.
Thank you.
So I haven't worked with them personally, so I'm trusting the recommendations of Vice Chair McKay and also Trustee Perez with their experience working with the other board members at their level, at the state level. So if they're recommending the other candidates that they would fit the mission of what their responsibility is and to be in this specific role, then I'm going to support it based on the trust that I have for Vice Chair McKay and Trustee Perez on these recommendations.
Okay. Without any further comment, and I'm going to say ditto to what Trustee Torres said. So let's look at this, our first vote of the evening. All right. Looks like we're ready for a drum roll. I mean, not a drum roll, roll call vote. So Trustee Perez.
Aye.
All right. Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Trustee Mantooth.
Yes, and I do want to also say I'm dependent upon the background knowledge of Trustees Perez and McKay, and I vote aye.
Excellent. Okay. Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
And I'm also yes. So thank you for that. All
And
right.
thank you, my colleagues, for your support of my nomination.
Yes.
You have to keep this updated. When will you know? Is it after when?
At the conference coming up in May.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the big conference, they announce it, so that'll be fun.
Oh, that'll be nice.
The only thing you have to convince Bernardo is that more of them get the ETP certification.
Right.
I was disappointed at the lack of it, but I know some of them are working on it.
Okay, that takes us to 8.02, action to approve board policy 2202, emergency and pandemic response proposed. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, so this is a new BP that's under consideration, and the board had assigned, I think Trustees Mantooth and Perez maybe volunteered to look at this policy and then bring it back to the board for consideration. And I'll turn it over to them for any summary comments they'd want to make. So Trustee Mantooth, Trustee Perez.
Only that we did meet specifically on this issue to add some additional qualifying language to the policy that I believe the board touched on in a previous meeting. And I think we achieved that task. And I would defer to Trustee Perez.
Not more to add, and it just dawned on me, I was looking for the markup language that we worked through, but it's not important at this point because here it is in front of you for your consideration. But yes, we did meet and we had I thought a good discussion to bring this forward, to an agreement to bring this forward for the board's full consideration.
Okay. Trustee Torres.
Is this a time for discussion or not yet?
Well, I'll move that we. No, we're not going to act on this tonight, are we? No, we're not.
No. Oh, okay.
No, this is just the time for
Yes.
get the feedback from the board, then we'd bring it back for action.
Okay. I saw it listed as action to approve on the agenda.
I think that was to leave it open that we could, but it is a first read.
Oh, okay. Okay. So given our discussion that we just had regarding the reopening plans, would that fall under emergency? Because I know our conversation was to have input, like the board be part of the process and discuss it. So approving something like this, is this a policy that again will not prevent us, will be our own barrier of not being able to have information because we're giving and we're specifying it because we just cited board policy 2430 delegation of authority to the chancellor to act. So it's based on, his criteria. So I just want to make sure that we have a policy in place that later, I just want us to be able to have input and that this policy wouldn't be able to prevent us from having input in the process should a future emergency arise and we have to discuss about something different or something else. Hopefully not, but I just wanted to make sure based on our conversation that this policy wasn't going to be a barrier for us as trustees to not be able to have input or dialogue of processes and before they're actually implemented or a decision has been made.
Chair Chancellor, Trustee Torres, if I may, I forgot to be a little more fulsome in my remarks. What I think we're referring to is what you'll see in paragraph 3 that was modified because the discussion we had, if I recall, is having some ability to influence the decision and be aware of the decision that needs to be made in an emergency, and recognizing that sometimes it happens so quickly that we need our executive officer to make an executive decision, but that he or she would have a responsibility to take input from us as soon as practicable after that, and that they provide us with timely communication and information. So they're not hamstrung in responding to a true emergency, who knows what it might be, but that the responsibility to confer with the board is very clear.
Okay.
That's how I read it as well. And then the last paragraph is also asking, the Board of Trustees supporting the Chancellor to get us back to normal as soon as possible.
When we say as practical as soon as possible, does that mean, I guess for me, it could be left to interpretation. My as soon as possible can be 3 days later, but somebody else's could be a day later, or as soon as possible, maybe 2 hours later, you made a decision and you let me know midnight, you send me an email, or I'm that way. For example, you needed to make this decision right now at 8 o'clock because of the circumstances, people needed to be informed, but I like to know, like, by 10 p.m., if you have a chance, please let me know that this is what's occurring, this is what happened. So if I receive a phone call first thing in the morning, I know what had just occurred, so I'm not taken off by something that occurred. But the Chancellor can maybe interpret as soon as possible or practical as possible might be like the following day. So I like to be informed as soon as possible. Maybe a decision was made at that moment, and if possible to me is as soon as you're able to get to an email or get to the phone and then say, okay, I had to make this decision, I'm letting you know this is what occurred. I'll send something more specific first thing in the morning, but I at least wanted you to know and be aware that this is what occurred, this is what happened. Okay. So I just wanted to, I don't know if there's language or how do we feel about that? Sometimes I'm assuming in an emergency is something major. It could be a fire. We had the COVID, we could have an earthquake. And so God forbid that happens.
Say that.
California, we're at a fault. And so, there's all these things that moving forward and what's happened, we just have to be prepared because we're in a pandemic. And so now it's more of what are the different things that can occur and how soon will we know? And because I think it's only fair also to the Chancellor, because, when it says as soon as possible, to him, it could be, okay, if I say first thing in the morning, that was as soon as possible for me, or if I wait a day. So I think if we're more specific, that helps the Chancellor knowing a little bit of when to let us know, at least for me.
I'd actually like to go a little bit farther, and in a sense of, I understand that there's emergency response that needs to happen in the moment, and I would never want to restrict a chancellor or any president or manager from responding to an emergency. But something like closing our campuses or transitioning into remote instruction for 90+%, or in the beginning of the pandemic, all programs were closed. I think the board needs to approve that. I just think that that's a huge decision, and part of it is this. And I'll couple it with the reopening. As President Sanchez said, the political capital of reopening, and eventually it's not going to be voluntary for employees to come back, whether that's in fall, spring, whenever it is. Eventually it's not. And I can imagine that the Chancellor is going to want the full weight of the board in support of his or her decision to do just that. And I think that level of support is critical, not just for perception, but as the whole organization can get behind a decision to say, we're back. And when the board is left out, it opens up an avenue of, well, let's go to a different source. Let's go to a different authority to argue our case or something like that. So that's sort of my position on that. I think we can achieve both, but well, we're a board of 5. So
I mean, I think we can get, where you need to, like now we know how to, Patty saved a Zoom meeting for a lot of people today on a trustee workshop because she knows Zoom so well, but a year ago we didn't. And so I don't know how fast we could have convened a meeting of the board and where we might have convened it, maybe in the parking lot of the district where it's really loud next to the freeway. But if that's, language that you want added, that's what this first read is for. It's that, the board will be convened, for a full vote, for a vote as soon as possible. I mean, to me, this it's as soon as practicable is okay language. It is, it's to work for anything. The Thomas fire, we had to close the Ventura campus completely. Wasn't our choice. It just had to be closed. And the president, it had to turn it over to vice president because his house burned down. The Moore Park College had to close because of air quality. And I believe they had to transport animals off the property and transport a couple of big lions in cages into classrooms. And then Oxnard College was used as a Red Cross facility. And all of those things were done, it seemed like magic, but I know it wasn't. I know there was an enormous amount of work that went into that. So with that as perspective against this one time, fingers crossed that this pandemic is not going to be something we have to practice that again. I think it is more likely that it's the fire or the earthquake word that Trustee Torres used. That's what we're waiting for next. That or the locusts, I'm not sure. But, it's going to be something. And as Trustee Torres said, every trustee may have a different what is as soon as possible. And I think that's up to the chancellor that works for us to know what the board's desire is, that we want to be woken in the middle of the night to know that there was an incident on one of our campuses, or that we want to know first thing in the morning, or that some of us will hear it in the middle of the night and others of us will pick up our phones and see it first thing in the morning. But I don't think we can do much more than say the board needs to be informed as soon as possible. And then if you want to say ratified decision, if you want to add ratified decisions as soon as possible, as soon as practical, then we can, that would be the one piece that I think is missing for you.
And yeah, I appreciate that. And again, all those scenarios that you gave, I clearly do not need board ratification or approval, but something of the nature of what's fresh in my mind and all of our minds is, this last year, and I posed this question because I was asked it a lot, and that is, how did you guys close and reopening? And it's coming more with the reopening. So that it was just a major closure of what we've just experienced. But all the scenarios that you gave, I clearly do not need an approval process for that. So.
No, but we have a couple weeks. This is our first read, so we have a couple weeks to,
Okay, great.
And Chair, if I may.
Oh, go ahead, and then I have a comment after Trustee Perez. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. I think the other part of our ad hoc committee discussion was that there's a lot of constraints, if you will, that govern, not constraints, code, governing authority that dictates our collective actions anyway. And what we were trying to achieve, I think, is to recognize that, and that the chancellor, on occasion, hopefully it'll be a long time between the next occasion, will have to take immediate action. And within the guidelines that are handed on down, like for example, the governor's office, the state chancellor's office, the county health director's office, so it's a lot of those decisions are effectively out of our control anyway. And I think I thought the key point that that the board wanted to see was attention to no surprises then. Let's get the information from the chancellor to the board ASAP. And I think Vice Chair McKay just said it nicely, that I think that speaks to another aspect of our roles and responsibilities. And we have to have a board CEO relationship where the chancellor will know what the individual trustees and or the board collectively expects, if not demands, regarding the flow of information. There was another point, but I've lost it, so probably wasn't that important. Thank you.
If I just really quickly, if I may, Chair. I think you're saying it's okay, but you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, and then Chancellor Gillespie.
I just wanted to just add, in addition to what Trustee Bettis just said, for example, for me, I remember in May of last year, actually it was before May, when the decision was made that we weren't going to have graduation for our students. So as a trustee, I remember finding out, it was in the press release, but I didn't know beforehand that we were not going to be having graduations for our students. And so I know we made the decision before our other higher education institutions did. So I know CSUCI, the high schools, none of them had already made the decision yet that they weren't going to have graduation, because at the time it was so fairly new that nobody knew that this was going to be long-term. Everybody was thinking maybe this will just be 3 weeks and we'll be able to come back. So I remember as a trustee, I saw it in the press. That's how I knew that we were not holding graduations, and I didn't have input. I didn't have a say to even express myself to say whether this is good or not. Now that wasn't necessarily emergency, but would something like that fall under this policy, or would we just expect moving forward? And I say we expect, but then I feel that that's also in a sense unfair to the chancellor, because then it's him trying to figure out like, okay, is it okay for me to let them know? Is it not? Where I think it's much easier when there's something kind of written down that's very specific to what we need. And it goes back to the reopening plan that Trustee Chancellor was saying, is that I think, is this policy simply just if it's something like being more specific, if it's something that we need to close immediately because there's a fire, there's some type of a natural disaster, this is what this policy is specific for, that the chancellor needs to be able to make decisions because it's some type of an emergency crisis. However, other areas like, let's say, a graduation, reopening plan, those are not necessarily emergency. And at that point, do we have input? Will this policy not close us off from being able to be part of those conversations? Because that wasn't an emergency, like deciding that we were not going to hold graduations last year. So early on, that was something that I think it would have been nice to have board input. And maybe at the time when the decision was made, it was made because I don't know the reasons, which is part of what Trustee Chancellor was saying. Well, let's have a dialogue. So I just I support it, but I just want to make sure that that the way it's written, it doesn't close us off from that dialogue, if that makes sense.
I don't see anything in here that does. I see this as just emergency authority to do emergency business, and something like that, we'll chalk it up to, I would have liked to have known too, but it didn't work that way this time. But I think it was I think this policy, I appreciate what Trustee Perez and Trustee Mantooth did with it. I think it put into place and into language kind of the expectation that the chancellor can do and make the calls that they need to make. And he's going to deputize, if you will, the presidents to make the calls that they're going to have to make. I mean, someone had to decide to get those animals, off of Moore Park campus, and when no one would take the lions, what was going to happen to them? And I didn't necessarily need to be involved in that. It was kind of a fun story later, but you know, I agree that the graduations was a big decision. It would have been nice to know. I don't necessarily think we needed to vote on it because everyone ended up doing the same thing. It just the flow of information, and I think that that's what this does. It's telling us that we need to know things before we read them in the paper.
Okay, Chancellor Gillespie.
Yeah, I was just going to add that also appreciate the work that Trustee Mantooth and Perez have done on the wording. I think that it is effective policy wording that allows me to then respond and operate appropriately in response to emergency situations there. And our intent is to keep the board informed of anything that is going on related to emergencies, relating to closings, relating to any incidents. And I think between Patty's area and myself, anything that happens throughout the year, especially related to anything emergency related, you're getting the information as quickly as we can get it to you, because we don't want you to be surprised, and we want to be able to answer any questions that you have. But I think Trustee Perez made a good point that a lot of times our actions are what are required to do. We can have a choice about closing our campuses and going to remote learning and work. I mean, that was a state and local order that required us to do it. We're operating our campuses right now because we're needing to be in compliance with the regulations and orders that are in place. So we want to have the conversations, we want to be able to inform, but it helps that it's not too directive in its wording there.
Okay. Well, I think here's where the puzzle pieces are, and whether that's for the ad hoc committee of Trustee Mantooth and Trustee Perez and the Chancellor to make any modifications or to bring this back for vote at our next meeting. But I think everyone had a solid opportunity to give input. But let's move on. The next item sounds like—
Chair, if I may.
Oh, Trustee Perez.
If I understood you correctly, if there are no suggested revisions, we could take first reading tonight.
Well, okay.
No, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly about.
Oh, I was thinking it would come back. I mean, if somebody wants to make a motion in a second, I will then have one clarifying question, but after that, I'd be prepared to vote. I mean, that's just myself, but.
Okay, well, there's no urgency on this. You had the right idea. Let's continue then.
Okay, the next item, if I'm correct, is 8.03, first reading action to approve board policy 2430, delegation of authority of the Chancellor, revised. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, so we'll go ahead and open this policy up, and there's just been one change, I believe, down in the document there. And that is where on the hiring of our employees, it's added in the language that the Chancellor has authority to authorize, and these actions are then subject to approval by the board or ratification when necessary. So this is the change that will allow then for the board to take action on any HR hiring actions that have occurred.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Is there a motion?
Chair,
Trustee Torres.
I just wanted some clarification on the language. So are subject to approval by the board or ratification when necessary. What would be an example like of when necessary?
So that would be, let's say we have an example of an administrative assistant that we've completed all the hiring paperwork. We need them to get started right away, and there isn't a board meeting until 3 weeks, and we need to start her within a few days, then that would come as a ratification. We'd be able to get her started working because we don't want to wait for that next board meeting, or we can't. And then it would be a ratification rather than an approval. But most of the time, we'll work to have those start dates be in line with allowing the board to do approval, but this allows for exceptions to occur.
Okay, so this would be the exception.
Correct.
Okay.
Did you call for a motion, Chair?
I did.
So moved.
I'll take a second.
Second.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next is 8.04, which is first reading action to approve board policy 2431 CEO selection.
Chair?
Vice Chair McKay.
I think I know were comments about this from the academic senates, and it's a small district and word gets back to the trustees about concerns. And I just want to speak in advance to some of the history of this. I think I started 4 years ago asking about, I think it was right after we hired our chancellor. So it was just in response to having just gone through it, that we wanted to revisit how the chancellor was hired, that this was our one and only hire of the boards. And what happens is that a gigantic committee of people filters down the applicants, for obviously the minimum quals get dealt with, but then a committee that is not us filters down a group to anywhere from 4 to 5 people for the board to choose from. And for our one and only employee, I feel like the board should have input prior to that. The board should have the ability to invite someone that may not have taken the usual road traveled, or whatever it might be that any board decides for the district is right. And I did write some further language, which if you'll bear with me for a minute, I have to exit my full screen and get it, because I do realize that, we need to involve our constituents and the folks that are going to work with this chancellor. So I thought maybe if we added some language, the board will provide an open and transparent process with respect for the participatory governance process. We will seek input from constituency groups and the community in a variety of formats to ensure as much participation as possible. We will no longer have a committee filter the candidates beyond the HR department evaluation of minimum qualifications. The chancellor is the single employee of the board. As such, we will no longer have a committee filter down candidates without input from the full board or an ad hoc committee of 2 if designated and desired by the board. That'd be kind of like the language I would put before the policy as to why we've done this. And we can put some of it in the policy that we will, that we understand the participatory governance process, and a lot of people have to work with the chancellor. But having asked for this 4 years ago, I feel like our committees have had 4 years to bring us something, and we didn't see anything. And then I asked again 2 years ago when I was chair, and I substituted, was an alternate at a policy meeting. And I once again asked for this to, please come forward, that we wanted to see this and how the presidents and vice chancellors were hired. And again, nothing has come forward. And so in the absence of that, I feel like this is the board hiring our one and only employee. And if there needs to be some changes to it, I'm open. As a board, this was my understanding of where we were, that we wanted to hire our employee as opposed to, I mean, I'll just speak very candidly at this time. I mean, I work with a lot of chancellors and vice chancellors and people for up and down this state, and they've asked me at two different recruitments, you know, should I apply? I'm like, I don't have any idea whether you'll get to us or not, because, you know, there's a gigantic committee of 20 some people that decide who we get to interview. And that felt wrong to me, having been through it twice after we did it the last time. And so that's when I asked for the change. And now here we are, you know, 4 years after hiring Dr. Gillespie, but I asked for it right after we hired him. And so this is the result of that ask. So that's the history for Trustee Mantooth, and even for Chair Chancellor and Trustee Torres, as to why my impatience with the issue. Because it is not to cut out participatory governance. It is to get to have an opportunity to choose who our employee is as a board.
Okay, I think because this is a first read, I appreciate the additional language. Me being such a visual person, maybe a good way to efficiently get through this is to go through, and it's okay if you have no additions to this language, but to see if each trustee has anything they'd like to add to board policy or proposed new language.
And I have the Word doc up, and I'll type it, and then we can try and piece it together into something.
Okay.
Of my language. So if if the other trustees have something to add, I'm happy to write it down, or we have people, I guess Laura could do that too.
Okay, cool. So Trustee Mantooth, you're next to me on my screen here. So I'll just ask you if there's anything that you find critical or not critical, but important to add.
I do. As it turns out. And I will first say, like you, Chair Chancellor, I'm a visual learner. So I would want to see this language incorporated with whatever else there is here going forward. But when I first saw this, it appeared to me that the language was extremely spare for a topic like this. And yet, when I went and looked at what's existing, and the existing administrative procedure, it's overly prescriptive. In other words, I think the board really's hands are tied a little too tightly in terms of when they ultimately get to make a choice, and or even to encourage other people to get in the pool. I've done and been parts of teams that have done a number of CEO searches. And when you hire a consultant, I wouldn't pay them a dime if they didn't include representatives of constituent groups to serve in an advisory capacity. That being said, the board should always have the ability to see every single applicant and to determine by itself how that procedure is going to roll out. But it absolutely has to be transparent. And I would argue for more language about transparency and constituent representation in providing input, if it's going to be in the policy, or some kind of reworking of the administrative procedure. Because it might be this board's only employee, but it is also the person with authority over every other employee, and becomes the face of the community and the college district. And that's why I think in many cases, when you get down to interview rounds, you will have an advisory committee with representatives that don't cast a vote on who gets chosen, but they provide input, and they get a look at the same people that the board gets a look at. So it validates the process. But I think it still needs to be very clear, and I agree with Vice Chair McKay, that the board has to be the final arbiter in this, and maybe one of the initial arbiters as well. So that's my 2 cents worth. I don't have language to give you right now that would add to that. Hopefully the flavor of my comments will drive someone to put something down to that effect.
Yes, I think so, and I'm glad they were recorded because they were good. Okay, Trustee Perez.
Chair Chancellor, yes. Thank you, Trustee McKay, for that background explanation, because when I saw this, well, first of all, I need some more time also to after hearing that explanation, it puts it in better perspective, but I would like more time to consider suggestions regarding the wording. And also a major question I did have, even with your explanation, or I think even because of your explanation, Trustee McKay, I think it does call for an AP, an accompanying AP, so that even though there are many times where I chafe at the over prescribed world we live in, but I think a policy like this does require some AP, and as Trustee Mantu said, one certainly not as constraining as the current one we have, to support your interest in bringing this forward, which I share. So beyond that, Chair, I don't have much more to offer. Just I would ask for more time to proceed on this, but I think we're headed in the right direction.
Okay, great. Trustee Torres?
I think it was captured very well by my colleagues. I believe it's important. I'm glad it was brought forward. This is something that we need to be looking at, particularly as a chancellor is our one employee. So it's definitely a policy that we need to review, especially during these times. I agree with what Trustee Mantu said in terms of there's importance to have input from the different stakeholders that are impacted by the chancellor, the different constituents, including the community. The community is a huge part also. And I know in the past when there's searches for superintendents, there is an advisory board and it's input. And so the board gets to also meet the candidates and listen to the input because it's very valuable. And for me as a board member, it's very valuable to hear from the different members of our college to see their thoughts, perspectives, or feedback from the different candidates that we're all going to see. And of course, us having seen are the candidates. But I agree in terms of Trustee McKay that it not going through some type of a committee, because as it is, we're looking into diversity, equity, and inclusion. And sometimes in those committees, there can be biases and restrictions. And so I want to, as a board member, have the opportunity to look at all of the candidates and ourselves as a board, determine who would be the best candidate, the best chancellor for our district, but listening to all of the input that's also been given to us from the different constituents in our college, making sure we have student input, but also community input, because that's very important. So I agree also with what Trustee Bettis was saying, taking a little bit more looking into the language. I'm also a visual person. I need to see how it looks like, make sure that it's capturing it in an appropriate way. I don't know if it's maybe just adding more to our policy. I'm not sure at this moment if we need to have an AP. If we do have an AP, how does that AP look like? Maybe some of the language that we're thinking for board policy is the actual AP in itself. And so, but that's something I definitely want to look at. But I agree, as a board, we look at all candidates. As a board, we determine who is going to be our chancellor. We make that decision ourselves. So I don't want it to go through I'm not sure, it sounds like before it might go through a committee and they decided which candidates to move forward. And I think as our only employee, this is when we come together and we decide on who we're going to hire, but with the input of everyone in the college, because just like Trustee Mantu mentioned, this is a chancellor who's going to be working directly with everyone. And so it's listening to their voice and them having input is very important because they know better their colleges. And so I agree. Moving forward, I like the way, I'm glad it was recorded because I agree that Trustee Mantu captured it so well, so we can look back to what he said when we're looking over how the language is going to look like. But yes, I thank you for bringing this forward, and I look forward to the language and then reviewing it a second time.
Thank you very much for those comments. Trustee Gonzalez, do you have anything to add to this one?
Just a bit. I do think it's a great idea that the board, being student trustee, that we could be able to have a say so in who our chancellor is, because as students, we also trust that this person is doing the best that we can for everybody, and most importantly, our students. So, like I said, I am also interested in what the wording will look like, and it looks like it's going into the right direction.
Excellent, thank you. And the only thing I would add, and I think it's been said, I'll be very brief, but I like the idea of capturing different groups will be involved, but just at this point in time, not being so explicit as we say how they're going to be involved. But I think it's important that we do stipulate that they are involved. And of course, the board is as well. So I think there's a lot of feedback there, and I look forward to seeing.
Yeah, we'll work on some, I wrote some of it, I wrote most of it down, and I'm sure there are others taking notes, and we'll bring it back. And I would encourage anyone, who watches these board meetings and had opinions on this, that between now and when we bring it back would be a really good time to bring that up.
Good point.
Yeah, and Diane, we'll have Vice Chancellor Barroso kind of work with you on it, because she's on the DCHR committee too, and so she can help with wording.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't to cut DCHR out. It was just that DCHR, in my view, had 4 years, and something had to move. So.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for their input, and looks like we are at 8.05 reopening. Just joking. No, we're not. Okay. 8.06 action to approve board resolution affirming VCCCD commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Chancellor Gillespie.
Yes, really appreciate the work of Patty Blair in taking information from the Chancellor's office and working up a really relevant resolution on DEI for our district here, with some quantitative metrics there, as well as a list of action items that we will be doing, and some statements that resolves what we're committed to doing to really move forward the DEI initiatives and progress and social justice across the district here. And I think what I do is, and again, I know time-wise, would like to read it all. However, we could look at, if we go to page 2, I do want to point out, if we go down a little bit more, Alexander, there, really highlight the actions there. You'll notice on the students' efforts to include the student voice to inform board policies and actions related to faculty and staff diversity, board policy statements by the board in support of DEI, HR, identify actions to address underrepresentation in current staffing, EEO plan related to faculty and staff diversity and data-driven work there, equity plans, the goal of infusing to uplift the most vulnerable and socially disadvantaged students in our system, professional development, increase cultural competencies and understanding implicit bias among our staff and faculty, campus climate curriculum, campus dialogue, audit of classroom climate, actions to create inclusive classrooms and anti-racist curriculum. So this resolution does drive actions at our colleges. And then you'll notice then, if you go down a little bit more, Alexander, that we do have the resolve statements there, where we're strongly affirming support for diversity in faculty and staff hiring. And that's a priority in the resolution, as well as board goals. incorporate and support recommendations from the Vision for Success DEI Task Force, and Trustee Perez has mentioned that. Our commitment to higher education being for everyone. And we will also then report back to the board annually with how we're doing with regards to addressing diversity and what progress we're making with a diverse workforce as well. So I think it's a well-prepared resolution with some clear actions that we can take as a district to address these important initiatives.
Thank you, Chancellor Gillespie. I'm just curious, do you project or predict that this resolution will have any impact on the allocation model moving forward?
Chair?
Yes.
I don't know that it will have an impact on the allocation model, but part of the acknowledgement by the DEI task force and the various working groups is that sufficient funds to carry out some of the integration plans will be necessary. So there will be that call for additional funding to support the work items identified at the end of this DEI effort. So that doesn't directly answer your question. It's one of President Sanchez's weak answer to your very good question. But ultimately, to implement a lot of the activities, districts will have to look at their budgets. And so maybe indirectly it'll affect an allocation model somewhat, somehow.
And I would say for resource allocation, it will. We've been talking about a director of DEI position, and that will take resources to do it. And that will be coming forward to the board for consideration. And a lot of, I would say, we have a high level of fixed costs across the district in what our staff and faculty members do. And what will happen is there'll be a shift in how people are spending their time in professional development and in work that they're doing to be implementing the actions that are in the resolution here. So it'll be a focused shift in how we use a lot of resources there.
Chair.
Trustee Darth.
I know that at the CCLC, I was at a conference call when we were discussing this resolution. And so one of the things that I mentioned in this call was how do we monitor in the metrics? Because I think the resolutions are going to be passed everywhere throughout the state as we're moving forward with social justice. So we didn't anticipate any resistance from resolutions being passed at the college levels. But one of the things that I did mention, and there was a consensus and agreement, was how does this look like in the metrics and the measuring in terms of what this means in our colleges. Most certainly a budget allocation model is something that for us as a board, we can look at because there is a student funding formula that's pretty much how our funding is going to come our way. But as a district, we look at those inequities and we determine from our funding streams if our colleges, particularly certain ones, need additional support. And that's our budget allocation model that we adopt as a board. So there is parameters in terms of what the state is saying we must have and how funding is going to come to us from the state. But then the budget allocation model is something that comes from us. And we look into what are the needs of our colleges and if should we look at other funding resources that we have within our district to be able to provide to a college in order to be able to in order for them to be successful and that we are addressing all of the inequities. So this resolution most certainly we will be looking at a budget allocation model as well as other things because this is what it states and that is the spirit. And I can say that having sit in the cost of the DEI and some of the costs of how this resolution came about. And I know that in the last meeting they just had, which was just recently, that was definitely something that was shared also with other trustees into looking at the monitoring and the metrics of how that's going to look like into our district. So it's something fairly new. And I think it's a great opportunity for us here at Ventura to lead the work because I know it would be well received because it's something that at the state level, they're looking into it. So I just wanted to respond to that answer because I happened to have time to actually be in the conference call and a couple of them, and I was very excited to be able to collaborate and meet with other trustees at the state level. I had, in terms of the actions that I saw written here, they seem. I was wondering if there could be more information or something added to it. For example, I was looking at like equity plans. District board to review and update the equity plans with the goal of infusing actions to uplift the most vulnerable and socially disadvantaged students in our system. What does that mean? I mean, I understand what it means, but what does it look like? Like, what are we looking for and what do we project to do with this? Because it's something that's very broad, but are we looking specifically into what is it that we're looking at in terms of the equity? And is it, I don't know what that means. If it's something regarding the academics, is it something the mental health? Like what would specifically would we be looking at? I know that also the Equal Employment Opportunity Plan, actions related to faculty and staff diversity supported by national, state, and local data. That's something that we're already doing, but I'm looking into something much more intentional of what specifically what this resolution is doing, because some of this work we were already doing previous to adopting this resolution. I think with this resolution, it's much more intentional and much more focused and much more aggressive, for lack of a better word, into doing really this work. And that's, so I'm just wondering if this is just general information that we're stating in this resolution, and then we're later going to get action plans that address specifically like with targets in each one of these. Like, for example, there's one also, the one that's related to, I think there's one about human resources, identify actions to address underrepresentation in current staffing. What does underrepresentation mean? Because it's left to interpretation. There's something very specific that we're looking at that we state actually in this resolution. We talk, it's in the first page, but we talk about faculty and staff diversity as a driver for educational achievement and the social mobility of students. And then even further down, we go specific to say that affirms that students who benefit from a racial and ethnic diverse faculty are better prepared for leadership, citizenship, and professional competitiveness. So are we going to put this in our human resources that we're looking specifically for that makeup as well, which is also information that we need to at one point have available in our own EEO plan. So as I look at these action items, there's a lot of pieces that are missing, that are not, I see the intention, but they're not aligned with the actual resolution of what we're saying. So some of these, the intent is, so I'm just asking, if do we leave this knowing that maybe we're going to be receiving more specific action items with targets? Do we remove these? Do we add to it? Because this is something we added, right? That these actions specifically for our college, this didn't come. I know the state sent us a template because this is what a lot of them are doing, and then we just added our own statistics. But these specific actions, that's something that came from us. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I think Patty, as she worked it through, added in some action. She also added in diversity in general. LGBTQIA plus individuals, people with disabilities, kind of extended it beyond just only the cultural, ethnic, racial diversity. Patty, do you want to add anything? I don't know if I summarized the areas of emphasis you added in or not.
No, I think you summarized it perfectly.
Maybe I can make a comment, and I might be wrong, but I kind of see a similarity almost with the climate change resolution, right? Like when I brought that resolution 2 years ago, it was really vague and didn't dive into the detailed policy level. That was later in the sustainability reports. And that was the point of asking at this meeting tonight to put that on the agenda to kind of, for lack of better words, dig in a little deeper and add the accountability piece of, which we heard tonight, a little bit of here's the things we're doing, which led me to have more questions of, okay, where's the timeline? When are these events actually going to occur? What dollars will be allocated to ensure this happens? And when will we meet these benchmarks or metrics of eliminating single-use plastics or, you know, food trucks that aren't running on gas generators and things like that? So, and I might be totally wrong, but that's kind of how I read some of these resolutions. It's a starting place, and then it gives us as trustees an added layer to sort of not take a position, but support the resolutions with the accountability piece of the action plan and operations, not to drive the operations, but to kind of provide the layer of accountability of the operations. So that's just my interpretation of it, of living through the sustainability resolution, because, you know, and I could be way off base, but I don't know if that helps Trustee Torres, but that's sort of my takeaway from it.
Chair?
Yeah, Vice Chairman Kay.
Yeah, that's kind of where I see it. You know, it says human resources will identify actions to address underrepresentation and current staffing. And so I would expect human resources at some point to come back to us with what that is, how they're going to address it. The EEO plans will have actions related to faculty and staff diversity supported by national, state, and local data. So when we see the EEO plans, they'll be supported with that data, that this is kind of dictating what we expect out of the policies, the EEO plans, the equity plans, the professional development. We should be able to see professional development efforts to support increased cultural competencies among staff, faculty, and understand implicit biases. We should be able to see the professional development plans that support that.
Chair?
Trustee Perez.
Yeah, two things. One, I'd like to make a motion to approve this. Well, first, it's 10:17, so we need to have a process check pretty soon.
Yes, we do.
But to move this forward, I'd like to move adoption of this resolution, and then I would like to add some comments under discussion.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Trustee Perez?
Yes. At the upcoming trustees conference, there's going to be a presentation by individual trustees and other stakeholders from Academic Senate and HR, so ACRO, I guess it is. And Trustee McKay, you may know this if you're part of ACES planning the conference, but it'll give the board a deeper insight into the work that has been going on and how this resolution, just as you characterize it, Chair Chancellor, is kind of like a roadmap, and the details will be filled in through the various working groups with recommended steps to help implement the resolutions identified in here. And then each district will, have to, do what, make it fit for their own circumstances. Another something else I wanted to say is under future agenda items, it might be worth considering inviting, as I had initially proposed, to have a couple of the members of the trustee task force at the state level and they were willing to make a presentation to the board so we could all hear the information at the same time. It's great to have seen Trustee Torres on one or two of the webinars that have been going on, but it gets back to the fact that we end up hearing different messages at different times, and it's more efficient if we hear the same message together, especially in an effort as important as this. Thank you.
Then one more thing, Chair, that I was going to say about and with regards to the resource allocation model, that I think we have to remember that there are primarily single college districts, and so the student-centered funding formula did it for them. We are in the minority, and I am meeting with the CBOs that are doing a focus session on finance this Friday, And I think that that is worthy to maybe do a little breakout, not a breakout because we pick it up, but a panel conversation on that between the multi-college districts, that we have that responsibility as opposed to the single college district where the state has done it for them.
Here, I think, and just listening to also what Trustee Perez said, what I've seen, I think, and we see ourselves sometimes with the budget allocation model, we might be at the front line. I think what happens is no one's ever looked at it. That's right. How can we make it equitable within our multi-college? Because it could be done, and that's what I've gathered. I think sometimes it's just coming together and brainstorming, because you have this funding formula, but then there's other ways that, and that's going to be very individual to different colleges of our own resources that we're able to give to a certain college if we need to within for us, or certain colleges that really looks into those inequities, because the student funding formula doesn't cover all of the inequities. It's a very, specific black and white formula. Students you have a percentage of your students that are low income. That's your, your Pell, your Promise, AP 540 Pell Grant, English, math courses that they're taking, you get a certain percentage, and then the outcomes. That's very clear. But then there's another piece that's missing, and that's the other inequities. And that's where we come as a college, as a district, into how do we recognize that there's a pandemic, a crisis, our students were impacted, and how do we support them? And that's where we look at other areas within our colleges or within our district. That's what this resolution is saying. Really, when I see this resolution of equity, more than anything, equity. And at this last call that they shared with us an article when DEI work, they started with D, but really it could be equity, diversity, and inclusivity. It doesn't have to be diversity, equity. Equity is social justice is the equity piece. And so really what this resolution is about is addressing the equity. And so it really is an invitation. So with CBOs, it's really about even changing the conversation and saying, this is where we're at. What are some of the strategies? What can we do? What is it within? How do we maneuver and work through this? And what I've discovered is that it takes people to say, hey, let's get creative, let's get innovative. This is a need equity. How do we address it? And I have found just with the short amount of time that I've been able to be involved and spoken to other people, that it's just a matter of having the conversation, because sometimes people haven't thought about it. And when you start saying, but you know what, is there a way that we can do it? You know what, I hadn't thought about it. Maybe I have to look into it. So it might be a lot right now. I need to look into it. And so I think for us as Ventura County Community College District, I think what I have heard, from my colleagues at the beginning when I was, when I just came into the board, was that Ventura was the first one to do a lot of things, whether to become fully that trusteeship program or just other things that we do as Ventura. I think this is another opportunity where we have as a district to be able at a state level to model and to say, like a budget allocation model. Okay, within the student funding formula, this is what we have. But then we also looked at a district alongside with our leadership, with everyone, our entire community. And this is how we addressed equity. And this is what we use to be able to support our students. And this is what we adopted. And I think we're in the process of making history. So it's not that it can't be done. It's just that it just hasn't been thought about. And so I really have a lot of faith in just a few conversations and a few calls that I was able to join. I know that our students, and the last one, and thank you, Trustee Perez, for reminding me, there was one that was hosted by our State Chancellor Oakley, and it was very moving to hear our students. It reminded me so much of our students that we have that are suffering through this pandemic, and hearing them cry, and hearing our chancellor, also our state chancellor, just saying to move forward with equity and doing this work. So I support the resolution. It's a great resolution. And then, and now the invitation is the actions. What are we going to do with this? And one of the things that was talked about also in the call that I was in was we can start now actually in our board meetings having updates. And actually that's how we start, how do we monitor to make sure that this work is actually carrying through as trustees. we have the right to request those reports in terms of being able to say, okay, let's start seeing how this work is looking, the data or information. We do that as a board. And that's something that was mentioned at this call. They said, how do we monitor? How do we track? You must have this in your board meetings. You must make this as part of your agenda to make sure this work is getting done. That is your responsibility as a trustee. And so it was very telling. And so I'm hoping that when passing this resolution, I know that there's going to be in the task or in this committee work of letting us know how that can look like, maybe what type of reports. So I'm looking forward to the work that lies ahead of us.
It's our committee, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Torres.
I just didn't get clarification. I know we listed action items here. We're going to leave them as they are, and then we're just going to get updates. Is that what we're doing with what's listed on the resolution, on the actions that were added? Is that what we said?
What was added?
Well, the actions. I'm sorry, when I say added, I mean that we included ourselves as a district.
I think that's, I mean, Chair Chancellor and I will make, put a place for it on the agenda. And then I think you and I, as the ad hoc task force on DEI, can affect how we ask for this work to be presented to the board.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Okay, great. Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and Trustee Gonzalez.
Only if my name gets put on there. I'm just kidding. Yes.
Good point. Yeah, I think we need to add that line. It's a good point. Glad you said that. Okay. Glad it's not on the fancy paper yet. All right. So Trustee Perez reminded us of the hour, and it is nearly 10:30. As a board, what would we like to do? We still have quite a bit of business, but I think a lot of it would go quickly. A lot of it's on consent, and a lot of it is first read in some BP language, which most of it is APA changes.
Chair, I think like the 11s, the CTE update, I was really looking forward to, and I feel terrible asking Dr. Herrera to put that off, but I also I'm really interested in hearing it.
We can move it to the 27th, fine.
And especially if we move all these 11s off that are down as first reads, they are all pretty perfunctory changes based upon CCLC recommendations. And in many cases, the board policy hasn't changed at all. It's only the AP associated with it that has changes to it. So I think we could probably do the 1102 through 1115 in one action and actually clear those off for the 27th. And then we won't have as much on that agenda. That's what the academic senate president said, that those 11s had been reviewed. I looked through them all and I didn't see anything in the board policies that was more than a word or two change here and there. So if everyone would be comfortable with that, we can make those action items and clear out the 11s.
I'll second that motion because we always have the opportunity to change them when we get to the second reading. So I took that as a motion, Trustee McKay.
Well, there's a motion to pass, and there would be no second. Yes. It would be a motion, an action to approve those so they don't come back to us on the 27th, so we have more time.
Okay.
And Trustee McKay, I support that as well. Actually, there are two of them that are rather substantial, having to do with student rights and grievances. However, most of this is just reformatted to conform to current regulation and procedure.
Correct.
So I agree. This would be I don't think they're all very controversial philosophically from the board perspective.
Chair, I just want to make sure I understand correctly because there's one that I do want to discuss because I have a different perspective and I want to add language, and that's for 9.15. That's student rights and grievances, and that's one that I do want to express my concern. I did express, we met about this before, and I've noticed that my recommendation wasn't here. So I don't know at what point are we saying no, we're not going to go in this direction, Trustee Torres, or?
Then, if I can recommend, is there, no, I'm not going to say this right. Is there an openness to amending the first and second to approving 11.2 to 11.14?
As maker of the motion, I will amend it to approve 11.02 to 11.14.
And I concur.
Okay, so what I recommend is doing a roll call vote through 11.2 to 11.14, and then we'll table 11.15 to our next meeting.
And I just want to say that Trustee Torres, it is the administrative regulation that has all the language. The board policy is very, very lean, so it may be that you want to look toward a more robust board policy than other than the chancellor shall establish student rights and grievances procedures, because that's what the board policy says.
Okay, then maybe thank you, that's a great point. Maybe that's what I need to, maybe that's what it is. I think with the old education, I'm hearing 11, is that, I have 9s.
Yeah, because I have the updated agenda and you have the printed one, and so there were some changes, so it's 9 for you and 11 for me.
Okay.
But Trustee Torres, I'd also suggest that if you do have questions about the AP that DTRWSS has done, I can have Amy Edwards, who's co-chair of that committee, reach out to you to answer any questions that you have on the AP.
I think if there's something specific, it's not a question, it's more of it's not a question, it's more of, it might be board policy, and I want to speak to the board members to see if we reach a consensus, particularly as we're doing equity work.
Well, yeah, so we'll just bring it back on the 27th then.
Yeah, but thank you for offering though that, Chancellor Gillespie, I appreciate it.
And I'm gonna be in later in the meeting for future items, I'm going to be requesting, just in light of some of the things that come before us, you know, it's hard to kind of dive into student right and grievances without sort of seeing the process. So I'd like to get a very brief presentation on the student grievance process of seeing what that looks like, what the forms look like, basically from the start to finish. If a student has a grievance or even a complaint, what that looks like, what the forms look like, and everything else. That'll really help me look at the policy for grievances to first understand what's currently in existence. So I was going to mention that later, but I think it's appropriate time to mention it now in light of some of the things that have occurred recently. Okay, so we have a
Chair, real quick, we skipped over 10.01. That was the second reading of the policy on educational administrators. So I'm hoping we could just get that one quickly wrapped up.
Okay, since we have a first and a second and we already amended it, can we take that and then go back to 10.01? Is that?
Yeah, I think, yeah, go ahead and do your vote. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. In that case, we'll do a roll call vote. Again, it's 11.02, just 14. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Manti.
Aye.
Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm also yes. Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then going back to 10.01, second reading, action to approve board policy 7250, educational administrators.
Chair, I'll support the motion to approve board policy 7250.
Second.
Okay, any comments or questions? Hearing none. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, we're moving. Let's see, that is going to, since we skipped that one, that is going to take us to some new curriculum. That's always exciting. I believe, is it appropriate to ask for a motion to, let's see here. Sorry, my numbers are off.
I'll move adoption of items 1116 and 1117, curriculum at Moore Park College and Oxnard College, respectively.
Okay, we have a first and a second. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Any comments besides, I think I'll nab it this time. Thank you for the hard work to approve this curriculum for the two at the Oxnard and Moore Park College. So thank you very much for that. Any other comments or questions before we move to a roll call vote? Okay, great. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
All right. So that takes us to, looks like it takes us to consent calendar. And do any trustees have items to pull?
I have one second. My electronic brain is falling asleep. Consent. Sorry. I think it was 16. Oh, never mind. It was 1602, and I brought that comment up earlier about the marketing, so never mind.
Okay. I do have one, which is 15.06, action to approve award of bid 617 Art and Design Complex. I don't need to read it all, but that's the one that I'd like to pull. I also had some questions on some of the POs, but because of the lateness of the night, I'll just send those to the chancellor, and hopefully we can get a response as soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair, it's me.
Trustee Torres.
This is where we're pulling items, right? And did you pull, for me, it's 13.02. I had a question regarding a PO.
Okay, great. So 13.02 will be
15.02. 15.02 electronically.
Thank you, Ms. Diane.
All right. So in that case, I believe Trustee Torres, yours is, so I think we take a first and a second on all the.
Yeah, so I moved the consent agenda except for 15.02 and what was yours, Josh?
1506.
1506.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a roll call vote. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Trustee Mantooth.
Yes. Aye.
Okay, Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I'm also a yes, and Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, that's going to bring us back to the purchase orders, which is 15.02. Trustee Torres.
Okay, I'm on, for me, it says page 366. It says page 8 out of 13 of the actual document itself, but is it easier if I tell you the PO number or the page number is fine?
Well, I have 366. I think I'm on the same one, but you can give me the PO number or tell me the name. Either way.
Okay, it's the virtual speaker for Black History Month event.
I don't have that. Tell me the PO number then.
It's PO 124306.
Okay, I do have that.
Okay. So it's a clarifying question. So I see that the amount spent here was 15,000. Is that to what was that to cover?
That's to cover the speaker doing. Well, actually, I'll ask if somebody from Moore Park College is available. Maybe President Sokanu. Is to cover their speaking engagements at 4 campuses. I don't know how many speaking engagements, and I don't know what kind of consulting.
Okay, so this was not a one event. This is because I noticed that Moore Park. It seems like the different colleges might have contributed. I'm seeing here Moore Park.
This is for Cornell West. This is for when Dr. Cornell West was at Moorpark College, and the three colleges pool their resources to bring Dr. West to the district.
He charged us $15,000 for a virtual speaking engagement.
That's what he charges, yes.
That's cheaper than President Obama.
Okay, I saw it, but for some reason, okay. I mean, I know the colleges decided to spend the money, but when we're looking in terms of equity and social justice, and when it's a conversation about bringing someone to talk about social justice, equity, our students, they have needs. We need to get tutors. We need to get classes. We need to give them items. When I look at $15,000 to pay someone who's virtually at home for about an hour and a half, I'm not sure how long it lasted. Sometimes people do things like pro bono, or they just do it freely. You know, it's fine. It's a decision that people decided to make. I just feel that right now during these times, there's a lot of great also activists and people that are very committed. And I know that there's something that we need to give them. I wouldn't say come for free. Well, he didn't come because he didn't fly. It would have been much more expensive had he come over, because we had to pay for expenses. I just feel that during these times of the pandemic and social justice and equity and our students at a community college, $15,000 to pay. For some reason in my mind, maybe because I'm coming from social justice organizing activists, I was thinking he was coming. I knew we would give him something, because how could we not? I just didn't think it was $15,000 because it was virtually. And so I do have to say it makes me feel a little sad, to be honest, because the way in social justice commitment and activism, and it's a community college and it's our students. And I just feel like during these times, we can use $15,000 in other areas, and we can bring other engaging people that can possibly come and charge us much less to still convey that uplifting message. And $15,000 could have been spent providing some support and resources. I mean, as trustees, we're talking so much about our conversation as trustees. We're talking about an allocation model. We're talking about Oxnard needs money. We're talking about equity. We're talking about what we need to do. We're talking about our funds. And we spent $15,000 went into giving it to a speaker to speak of social justice and commitment and the cause. And but I'm charging you $15,000 while I'm here at my home speaking to you about inequities in social justice. So I'm left a little bit of wow, to be honest, like wow, because during these times, but I recognize that, you know, we must have reached out to him. He said, this is how much I cost. This is not him. It's a decision that was made. To go ahead and pay him. He's going to say, this is what I charge you. We determine whether we pay him his expenses. But I was this is just me as a board member as we move forward with bringing in people. I would recommend, I'm sure there's people that will come and speak to us, which we don't have to spend $15,000, and it could be much less that can convey a message, particularly as we're listening to our board meetings and we're talking about money. We're having community members come and speak to us about a college that was hit by the pandemic. And I recognize that Oxnard College only contributed $500, and that most of it came from Ventura College. Well, not 6,000, well, actually from both. 6,000 from Ventura College, 5,500 from Moorpark.
8,500 came from Moorpark.
Oh, thank you. 8,500 from Moorpark. So I think my invitation as we move forward with people, as you hear our board, as you hear community members come and talk about a pandemic, that we take time to think things through and say, are we going to pay $15,000 to a speaker to come and uplift when we can do that ourselves, and we can have our precedents, we can have within our community, we can find other people that will come and do it much less. And so to me, it makes me, I have to tell you right now, and this is just me sharing right now with the board, I'm feeling like disappointed, to be honest. I didn't think it was 15,000. I thought it was coming. So, you know, when we talk about social justice work and equity and commitment and being down for the cause and being down with the people, there's a lot of people that can be very committed. And so I think as we move forward, let's just by invitation is to really take care of our money and spend it for use of our students, for services. But you know, I didn't know what it was. I thought it was maybe other expenses or different engagements. So I saw it, and so I thought, oh, I'm going to ask. But okay. But thank you for letting me know.
Can I say something? The $15,000 was a decision made by the ASMC, the ASVC, and the ASOC. So all three student organizations made a decision to support Cornell West to come to our district and engage in this conversation. Prior to his coming to the district to engage in the conversation, he had a chance to talk with the student leaders and engage them. So part of the conversation is preparing for the event and talking with the student leaders and providing them context to be able to do this work. Part of the challenge, I appreciate your concern, Trustee Torres, for the resources that are put towards this event. Part of the work that we constantly have to do when we talk about equity and when we talk particularly about having speakers of color come to events such as this is that we have to make sure that we value their perspective, not ask them to diminish their perspective or diminish their worth or their value as they come to do this work. So for us to ask a Cornell West, or for our college districts to ask a Cornell West to do it, to take a discount, which I understand they did ask him, and he did discount his fee.
Discounted.
He did. I mean, he quite discounted it. And so the challenge here is, you know, we're trying to sort of do this work and have a national speaker, and our students wanted a national speaker to come to the district and engage the students in doing this work. And those national speakers come at a really high rate. And so that's the challenge. And I understand your concern, but this is coming from student government money, and the students made that decision. It was a student-led event. So at the college, we can't, or we try our very best not to override student decisions. And this is one where the resources were coming from students.
And I appreciate you sharing like that background. And I think it's mostly like maybe the times, like maybe these are just not the times. Like I completely agree with you in terms of paying individuals like what they deserve when they come and speak to us. And I think for me, it's more of, is this the right time? So like, is it like, it's more okay, Cornell's gonna come like at another time, and it's not a pandemic where our students have everything they need. And of course, he deserves to have this amount. And because of the nature and the circumstances, and specifically where we are right now, it was mostly from there. And I think our students, maybe, and I don't know because I've heard him, I know Oxnard College didn't really didn't contribute much. It's mostly the Ventura and Moore Park Associated Student Government, but it's also, and I'm wondering, in students knowing that when they're going to use that, by them using this amount of money, it means that they're students that are not going to be able to get services because it's going to go to pay for a speaker. And if the Associated Student Government is able to do a comparison of these are the benefits, but what are the drawbacks? That means that now we have $8,500 less to be able to give to students that may need it. For Ventura, we have $6,000 less that we're able to give to our students. So is this the right time to go ahead and pay for a speaker? Or should we wait until maybe when things are a little bit better to bring in a speaker? So, so I understand and I respect the decision that's being made. It's just that when these times that we're looking into where we're at and we're having discussion at a board level of where does money go, where our students need the equity, we have community members come. It's hard for me to be able to, to know or to justify $15,000 to a virtual speaker, but it's what the students agreed, and he came, and so thank you for the background though. That's helpful.
And real quick, President Sokanu, can you confirm he was paid through student government funds, right? From fees that the students pay, it's their student fee. So it's not taking out of the college's operating budgets. I mean, they have their money to use for leadership events and other things. The student fees go to support student government activities.
Correct.
Okay, so this isn't part of, this is just money that's accumulated for the students, and the students determine how they want to spend this money for themselves. So the students also have the option of saying, we want to use this money to support our fellow students that are struggling and don't have any money, and they need the help because they've been stricken by the pandemic. So we're going to use $5,000 as student government to say, well, let me help you with your needs, your scholarships. Hey, Oxnard College, we're here. We know that you were hit with the pandemic and you're struggling. People are dying. People are sick. As Ventura and Moorpark Associated Student Government, we're going to give you $9,000 to help yourself out. They can also do that with their funds, correct?
I don't know what their bylaws are. The only thing I would say, Trustee Torres, is I'm really glad our students got to hear someone of this caliber and be uplifted by it. It might be just the year that they needed it to hear someone like him. It may have given them the uplifting feeling that they needed at this moment in time. And that's why they chose to do it.
I think it's fine. I think sometimes our students they don't. I think it's a decision. It's what they wanted to do. I respect it. I also know, working myself very closely with our students, sometimes students they don't know there's even that option, or but they wanted the speaker. They were happy. They did a wonderful job. They were. I just didn't know. This is the first time I saw it, so that's why I happened to ask, because I just saw it come my way. But it's something that I'm glad the students had the opportunity to listen to him. He's a very engaging speaker. It was great. And so definitely support. I just didn't know it's just the time. But again, I respect the decision was made. And that was it. I just had that question. So
With that, Chair Chancellor, I would move approval of this item.
Okay, there's a first, and do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, the only comment that I would make is on the policy side, this may be an area at a future meeting that we want to look at and bring down that PO number from 50,000 to 10,000, or to a different number that requires board approval before the funds are able to be spent, as other districts do. That way board can give their input before the purchase is made. So, but we have a first and a second, and roll call vote. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Trustee Torres.
yes.
Vice Chair McKay.
I've had the chance to look at this now, and I see clients on this, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, but I believe we're just voting on all the orders.
On the POs, I have 2 clients on the PO list. I should have pulled myself out of this at the beginning.
Excellent. Okay, I am yes, and Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, great. So that passes, and we are now to the one I pulled, and that is, I believe, 15.06. On the paper one, it's 13.06. It's action to approve bid 617 art and design complex site and utility preparation and building demolition to the lowest responsive bidder, Staples Construction Company, in the amount of $235,900. So I pulled this item because I think there was a no vote I made, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago in regards to modular buildings. And it's more to the point that I've been waiting for board input into the facilities master plans. And one of the questions I'm hoping, although we haven't done it yet, is providing some input on, do we build real buildings, or do we continue having modular buildings that have a limited and shorter lifespan? I have some very strong opinions on that as a trustee, and but we're moving forward with this project, I suppose. So I just wanted to voice that until we're able to be involved, I believe, with the facilities master plans, it's hard to give input on some of these very, very large projects that are still moving forward. So that was my point on that. So that's all I wanted to say. If anyone would like to make a first and a second, we can move it to a vote.
Move approval.
Second.
All right. Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Mantooth.
Aye.
Trustee Torres.
I was muted. Yes.
Okay, Vice Chair McKay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a no. Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we knocked all of that out. So my other computer went to sleep here. Maybe I can look at it. I believe that's going to take us.
College Strategic Plan 1701.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh, no, whoops. I'm sorry. Did I do that wrong? Yes. No, that's right. Sorry.
Okay, excellent. Let's see what time. Ooh, it's 11 o'clock. Can we pull this item and move it to our next meeting?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. That's going to take us to 18.01 trustee reports.
Why don't we skip those?
Mine can wait 2 weeks.
Trustee report can wait. Okay.
Yep.
Mine can wait.
All right. Lots of waiting. Okay, cool. Future board items are, let me get on that page, make sure we're on the, all out of whack here. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Are there any additions? It could come now, or feel free to reach out if anything needs to be on the agenda. As always, an open door policy.
Wasn't there something tonight that came up that, just that we would have updates on the reopening on each agenda item, just so we don't forget?
Yes, and then I had the one I'd like to explore, which I think will go really well with the item Trustee Torres pulled policy. I'd like to, and I can discuss this with the chancellor later this week on the grievance process, specifically on the student side, what that looks like, and hopefully the board can get a very brief report on that.
Yeah, we can talk on it, because one thing we can do is provide all the information. It's all there. We can give links to all the forms, but if you want a presentation, we can do that. We can talk. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Okay. In that case, okay, looks like we are back to closed session. So we are going to not adjourn. We are going to go to closed session, and then we will come back and report if there is any action in closed session, and then we will do our formal adjournment. But that's where we're at.
We don't have any action items, so it will just be a formal adjournment. There won't be anything to report.
Excellent. Okay, great.
Chair, you may want to just announce in whose memory we will be adjourning in.
Yes.
Was there some? I didn't see anybody.
Yes, there is. So this meeting is adjourned in memory of, thank you, Trustee Perez.
Will be adjourned.
This meeting will be adjourned in memory of Lupe Aldana, former professor of radiological technology at Moore Park College, and the victims of senseless and reprehensible acts of hatred and racism. Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you for that. And we will be returning. I'm hoping the same link works to close session. And good night, everybody. And thanks for. Let's make sure to. Okay. Okay. Excellent. So in that case,
a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll take a couple minutes, and we'll get to closed session as soon as possible when we can. Okay.